Ryan or Paul, did either of you have trouble getting into the meeting?
No, I did not. No. I
Nope.
used the link from the previous one.
No issues here.
All right. Brian is having trouble. We don't want Brian to have trouble. All right, it worked, Brian, but you need to change your name because you came under my registration. So you're listed as Judy Zakreski.
So how do I change my name?
If you just, if you can see where your name is, just right click on it. Or if you go to the top of your little screen, you see like 3 dots at the top of the, and then you can just go to rename.
Yeah, I had this problem getting in last time too, so I don't know what it is, but
Yeah, I'm not sure. But I am able to set up polls. So I'm working on those right now.
great, thank you. Hey, Dave. Hey, Mark. Hey, everyone.
Brian.
There we go. Oh, well.
Hey, Mark.
Always have to remember managing that mute button.
Sometimes it comes on when, you know, it's already off, and then sometimes it's already turned on when you come in.
I know for me, sometimes it should be off when I'm speaking, but more or less I do okay.
Yeah.
So like last time, we'll wait a little bit while people are slowly trickling in.
Good morning or good afternoon.
Hello, morning.
This is the end of school, I feel. We're submitting our homework.
Yes, but it's being self-graded, so that's the good part.
All answers are correct.
Well, all answers have value. How about that?
Sounds better, more appropriate.
Susan, I had lunch with Paul Armstrong on Monday and he said to say hello.
Oh, you did while you were out in California?
Yep.
Nice. I dare not ask what you thought of the game, or should I? Did you enjoy it
Um,
on some level?
I enjoyed the whole game except the end.
Yeah, yeah. Great weather.
It was, and it got really cold there yesterday.
Yeah, it did. Stormy, actually. Today, though, it's back to clear skies.
Yeah. I didn't bring cooler weather attire and jumped out of the car when I left Cincinnati and right in the airport and jumped out of the airport right into a car when I got here. So I didn't really take a coat at all.
That's the way to travel.
But long sleeve attire was necessary yesterday.
I've added insulating layers to the body mass to help deal with some of that problem in recent years, Dave.
Well, I'm trying to get rid of some of that mass.
So again, welcome to everyone. We'll hang on a little bit, a couple more minutes while people are trickling in. Thanks again for joining. Appreciate your input. Again, welcome to those who are just joining now. We'll wait until about 5 past the hour as we're getting a few people trickling in before we get started. Thank you. So we're about 5 past the hour. So I think we'll get started since there's quite a bit to cover today. Thank you all again for joining this workshop on reimagining the ICCPC. I really appreciate all the work that you did in the breakout sessions over the last 2 weeks. I saw quite a bit of email interchange and a lot of good discussions in a lot of the groups. Look forward to hearing about those today and to having a bit of discussion around those items and about big things that we have to consider going forward and what the next steps might be. So I might ask Judy if there's any administrative issues that she might have before we get started. And if not, we'll just jump into the overview for today.
No administrative issues. Go ahead, Brian. I think everybody who needs to be co-host is a co-host now and should be able to share screens. And I think that the groups are all set up to go to the same divisions that we had last time. So fingers crossed.
Super. Thanks very much. So what I'll do is I'll just, start with a few slides from my side to overview kind of where we're at and what we're going to do today, and then very quickly turn it over to you all to feedback to the rest of us your deliberations. And so just a quick overview of the day. For the first hour or so, it's really going to be the report out from each of the breakout groups on the 4 topics that we had you work on for homework assignments. And hopefully we'll have a little bit of time in there for discussion along the way and try to wrap that up within an hour or so, have a quick break, and then come back for the last topic, which you've all been made aware of, which is really the top 5 items that you see need to be addressed. So with that, I'm just going to jump right into the breakout group reporting. And, topic 3 was really on building use groups. This followed, the previous discussion on the structure and kind of looking at the idea of risk groups, operational performance groups, and functional recovery. And if we're going to do something like that, or if the decision is made to go in that direction, the use groups were set up initially both to parallel the IBC, but also to bring in some of the risk factors that were associated with the hazards that fit the initial framing of performance groups. If we go into some of these other directions, more might be needed. So really, the questions for topic 3 were around, are the criteria or attributes appropriate for risk groups? What would be needed for operational performance groups? And what would be needed for functional recovery in terms of modification to and or grouping differently the uses? So we'll just jump in and kind of go through A, B, C, D, E. Somehow there was a problem on that screen, but I'll jump right over and ask whomever's going to report for Group A to jump right in with it.
All right, thank you. This is Mark Matheny. Let me see if I can get my screen sharing to go.
Sorry, Mark, you need to share your screen?
Yes, please.
Okay, I just made you the co-host, so you should be able to do that now.
Oh yeah, so many more options. Thank you.
Don't abuse that now, please.
Let's see here. How about here? Share. Sorry, let me get. Thought I had it the first one up, but there we go. All right, thanks. So yeah, so we've got everybody see that all right? Assuming, okay, thanks.
Yes.
Yeah, so let's see, I'm on the second one. There we go. The first part of topic 3, what we did is we took basically a 2-hour session to work through all of this at one time. So as everybody knows, this is a lot of information to process and to think through and to, reallocate with everybody. So to a couple of the answers there, we ended up in the first part of topic 3 was yes, considerable reexamination is in order. And so yeah, just some of the bullet points were that yes, we want to update to include all the variables provided within the IBC. So the IBC over the years has been picking up a lot of these different variables and different risk types and everything else. We not only think that the performance code should be updated, but also include where the IBC is with that, and they should move simultaneously, basically from some standard point, right? From the baseline, when we update that, then anything that's done at the IBC should also follow suit with the performance code. One of the interesting things is trying to figure out and the need to understand what equivalency of protection can look like, right? So right now it's not clearly defined what equivalency of protection is. We have the prescriptive way of doing that. What is the non-prescriptive version of that in all the variables? So that's a big task to try to figure out. We had a good conversation about, basically how do you measure risk? How do you identify what that equivalency is, like we had on that previous bullet point? And through some of the people who are dealing with this and have a lot of experience in this, there are guides that can be used. There's assessment tools that can be used at a lot of different variables. So that's really kind of a big recommendation, is to establish or develop a resource for guides and assessment tools. And also categorizing these risks is primary important. So they could be blocked or grouped together. And just the observation that the other standards or the other documents, the other codes are moving certainly faster than the ICCPC. As you look at the trades, the mechanical codes, fuel gas codes, all of that is picking that up. And then the realization that obviously structural, as we're into chapter 16 of the IBC, really already has this in place. So not that unusual in the structural element of that. And I'll move to the second question of topic 3. We kind of really wanted to reword the question for the most part. Let me see here. Yeah, okay, that's all one. Sorry. So we wanted to reword this. Question 2 is basically similar to what we identified in that first one. How many risk categories are already identified in the IBC and throughout the IBC? And then really, how do we incorporate that into design? Not necessarily only finding what they are, but also how do we incorporate that in a performance base, right? And then to
Mark, I'm sorry, I muted you by
You're
accident.
muted.
It was my fault. I'm sorry. I was trying to admit someone.
Okay, thanks. It's happened before. Don't worry, no worries. I tend to ramble, so that's all right. I get a hint. How do we incorporate that in design? We need a method to identify usable designs, models, and standards that currently aren't allowed in the IBC. Prescriptively, we can see how do we make that recipe very easily, but it also says what you may not do. But there's ways that actually we can find where that, not middle ground, but that alternative ground or that performance ground is. And right now the IBC for the most part says, no, you can't do it that way. So we have to kind of figure out what that approach looks like. Very obvious that if the performance code follows the path that we're talking about, that we identified specifically with our group, but this whole exercise that we're doing for everybody, this is an enormous benefit to designers, building officials, and in, communities as a whole, of course. You know, one of the items that came up was, depending on what the risk factors are, you might include what the construction materials within that risk factor are. So maybe a high risk factor, you're only doing type 1 or 2 construction type buildings. You know, the flood already has that. You know, there's FEMA documents and all that kind of stuff about what you do in kind of those flood areas. So it could be modeled similar to that. And our next piece was the level of technology used and its relationship to the recovery, damage, grid, and connection. So this was an interesting conversation about how technological we are right now, and we're doing, you know, for an example, smart houses, right? But also, you know, we're doing fire alarm systems that can, you know, identify motion, or, you know, they shouldn't be intertwined, but, you know, that kind of thing where we're getting higher and higher levels of technology integrated as part of the building operations. You know, you think about energy efficiency systems that identify, that can click off things within rooms. You can adjust, you know, heat and fresh air intakes and everything else from remote areas. Well, considerations got to be made as to what that looks like when something happens, when you know, a hurricane or a flood or a community gets hit. You know, what not only how do you get these buildings up and running, but how significant is the level of technology with being able to get up and running. We had a conversation about whether this really looks like two separate documents, right? Is there actually a document that is clearly identifying these risk elements, what the elements look like, and then also a document similar to what we're talking about now is basically a performance code document. The other interesting thing was about the categorization of size of a disaster, right? Can we identify what an expected disaster looks like? And I know as things get worse and worse, it becomes harder and harder, but maybe is there a baseline of what, you know, a category, or not a category, whatever, a level 2 hurricane, tornado, or a hurricane, or a typical flood from a river, or a coastal flood looks like? And is there a way to kind of build around those known expectations? You know, also within that same part of that conversation was the, you know, what happens when these tornadoes come through and your entire community is devastated? You know, is there a starting point? And some very knowledgeable people within our group identified that, of course, NIST is doing this. San Francisco has a resilience table. It's, you know, not fully worked in place, but it is out there. You know, a group of people took the time to figure out what this table would look like, and so they're looking at that kind of at that community level. And I think that's it for us on topic 3.
Thank you, Mark. So we'll jump right into topic B, and if everybody could kind of follow Mark's lead and keep to 5 or 6 minutes per summary, that'd be great.
So Eric, this is your turn to share for Group B. Okay, I don't know if Eric's muted or
Is
not.
this so Ryan, you're sharing your screen. Eric had asked me to make him
Okay.
co-host.
Well, he can
but
do it. That's fine.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Eric, you are muted. Eric is muted. We're sharing Ryan's screen. If Eric
Sorry.
All right, there we go.
All right, I'm here.
Fire.
Okay, so Ryan, since you've got the screen, can you put up the group concern slide at the very end that's got our summary with that one?
Sure.
Or let me share either way. I don't care how you do it. Are you
Well,
going to present or am I?
You are.
Okay. So in Group B, we got sidetracked at the very beginning of this conversation in that we talked about, is the re-envisioned ICCPC going to be an overarching document that contains its own, that actually sets minimums, or is it going to be a document that just says if you do the ICCPC process, you'll comply with the underlying code that you're trying to comply with? And there was a strong feeling within the group that unless we understand what we're trying to write at the outset, which one of those two documents, that it's really hard to answer these questions. And it seemed like as we had every conversation, we kept coming back to this concept of, are we trying to write a deemed to comply document saying if you do the ICCPC, you meet IBC or IECC or whatever document it is? Or is this something that's more like what's envisioned in the SFP design guide, performance-based design guide, where you start at goals and end up with verifiable criteria at the end of the process and then design to those? So that fight kept coming up as we walked through all of the questions. So I thought it was important to talk about that. And it was a rather lively conversation in amongst the group. And at different points, different people had different ideas about it. So you should understand that follows all of our topics. So question one of topic 3, question 1, let's go there. And I'm going to kind of summarize the question really quickly because it helps a little bit. When we establish criteria, for use groups, do we establish specific criteria, or is what's in the current ICCPC helpful? And can you put up our topic 1 answers as opposed to the questions, Ryan?
I think those are our answers to the question.
Yeah, but what you're showing is a question, I thought.
No, this is what we captured in response to the question.
Yeah, this is for question 1, Eric. This is Jennifer. So topic 3, question 1, these were I just summarized it in these bullets.
Oh,
Are you looking for the question? Is that what
no, I was looking for the responses. I thought you had something else. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm on the wrong slide on my screen. My fault. Okay, that makes more sense now. And again, not to reread these, but so in general, the group thought that the less prescriptive and the more that we had qualitative responses, it gave us better answers. And again, we kept coming back to if the new document is an overarching code, then we need more. Many people felt we needed more quantitative responses and more quantitative answers as to how this works. Go ahead to the next one. Okay. And the second question was, again, when setting levels of criteria, what factors should be considered to set these? And here, again, having a hard time with this, I'm sorry. The categories, we felt that depending on what we were trying to do, that the categories that we needed to set weren't the same. So if we were looking at fire issues, that a given building would fall into a different category than it might for structural response or functional recovery or energy efficiency. So we thought that was really important to come up with. And as functional recovery kept coming up in the slides, a portion of the group felt that since functional recovery is not really in the ICC currently, except maybe in the flood areas, then it's probably not appropriate in the ICCPC until it appears in the ICCB in the building code and their other documents in a more, in a clearer way. So again, we talked about that the ICCPC should set goals and the goals and objectives, or at least explain the goals and objectives that are currently in the other documents as a starting point. And that would, whether we were going to be this overarching code or a deemed to comply document, it would make it a lot easier to move forward in the process. Number 3. And the third concept was, and again, as I summarize these questions, it kind of helps us go through it. Assuming that the building characteristics will be a part of the established criteria, what attributes should be classified? And again, it changes depending on what we're looking at in the building code. So as we have these design strategies, defining goals for an individual facility will perform are different depending on what the facility is, and trying to qualify that and quantify it across the board in general statements is probably doable. But if we try to do it at each individual classification of building, it's going to become very difficult. And trying to define how the building will operate and these strategies, that's going to be a necessary part in the end of the document. Okay, I think that takes care of those 3 questions.
Great, thank you very much. We'll jump over to Group C. And again, the slides will be shared later, so you can hit the high points too. I think if we can try to keep to 5 or 6 minutes to keep us on schedule, we have a lot to cover. That'd be appreciated. Thanks.
Okay, this is John Huber. I'll be presenting for Group C. Beth, go ahead and go to our responses for question 1. There we go. Regarding risk performance criteria, are these attributes identified by the current ICCPC still appropriate? And for the risk groups, yeah, we think it's still a valid concept as you see on item number 1. May need to think about certain aspects beyond life safety versus other things, mainly property protection is another one that could and should be considered. This can be clarified in more detail, and probably can and should be. Section 304 is a good resource to work from. So we thought that's a good starting point that needs to be elaborated on. Regulatory needs versus business continuity and owner objectives will differ. And we need to acknowledge that. They should have the same baseline, but they'll have different objectives likely at the end. Clearly, we may need to address in detail other events beyond just structural. And then I think that's where we kind of have it to date, but we should expand beyond that, beyond fire, et cetera, et cetera. We really need to understand the community impact better before defining it in the ICCPC. Let's make sure that we know the outcome to some extent before we put it in a code. That's pretty straightforward. More detail on occupancies in an appendix is necessary when we talk about functionality. So we kind of embrace the idea of more information in appendices for people to grab onto as needed. Okay, we want to go to question number 2. Again, for operational performance criteria are the specific attributes that should be considered. Well, the first response is this is really measuring day-to-day operation and what's expected. It's not event-driven like the safety one is typically done. May want to go beyond regulatory requirements, meaning the owner may want to do better than what is specified or prescribed, and that would be clearly owner-driven. There'll be different groups wanting different criteria, and so we feel there's a need to have a minimum established, and from there, whether it's the owner group, communities, jurisdiction, et cetera, they can go above that and let code compliance, code prescription be that minimum backstop. We thought, given the age of importance of embodied carbon and operational situation, they should be included. They should be kind of tied together because that's really an important aspect of operational performance. And then we list here some resources for this topic. And it's Building Systems Integration Handbook. It covers a lot of this already. So it's good to go to resources that are available and start and build from there. So we put that on this list. And finally, Beth, if you go to our last question, this is regarding functional recovery question, the same thing regarding that. One of the biggest challenges I think we all agree to, time component is difficult. If you have enough time, 360 days, you can be functionally recovered. But what is the right time? What is the right time relative to occupancy and et cetera? So that's a big nut that needs to be cracked. What is recovered? I mean, what do you need to be recovered? And we say here as an example, is one elevator good enough versus all? And how do you define functional recovery versus fully functional? What are the not only the definitions, but what differs between them? That has to be clearly defined. So we're all talking the same language. And what should, and again, as a percentage, if you want to talk about it in those terms, is minimum functional needs 70% of the overall function, 80%. And again, in at least my estimation, it'll be depending on occupancy. You can get away with something in a residential that you can't do in a hospital. So we have to think critically about occupancy types in that regard. And which is the next bullet down, specific use and building configurations are important between functional versus individual occupancy types. And that talks about it there. Should there be a placeholder to deal with it another time? Meaning, is this too much to bite off? Is this so much at the beginning of its development? Should we bog down the ICCPC updates and not with this functional recovery and let it mature more in the community? Put an appendix for now and just kind of let it gestate there, and then bring it in over time as the rest of the community kind of helps define all the things that go around or go along with functional recovery. So that's what we had for Group C.
Thank you very much. Group D.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. So for Group D, topic 3, number 1, they agreed on functional recovery groups. There is also a suggestion to identify what is functional recovery. For example, if for outrage, is 1 day is acceptable or not. And there need to be some clarification between voluntary performance criteria versus acceptable criteria. So the code could provide the minimum requirement, but then could provide other approach for voluntary performance criteria. And there was some suggestion about identifying scoring system to incentive performance, like the LEAD system. As an example, acceptance criteria are the only thing that is regulated and give, for example, 5 different thresholds for them to meet those criteria. For 2, agree that the current attributor or factors do not consider the failure of the structural downstreams, mainly the surrounding buildings. It's kind of similar to the idea of we need to look at the broader pictures. And there is also need to clarify those factors, identifying the current hazard and response to it, and the likelihood of a specific outcome. And that could also relate to the risk category if needed. And they agreed on the community resilience. And I know, Shane, you have some comments about the reference of resiliency. Shane?
No, I think that's good. There was, I forget who sent these resources, but those links were just some references on just the growing trend of using that terminology and whether that's appropriate. Yeah, I don't really have anything to elaborate past that right at the moment.
All right, Brian, we will send you those after the meeting. For number 3, some specific contribute could be considered by relooking into occupancy groups in general that could be modified. Also looked at chapter 5 within the ICPC, within the performance code. There are good section on accepted loads, provided good guidance and could be used as a basis for it. Also additional clarification is needed for most aspects. For example, in section 1202 from the code, how often those machines that actually mentioned in 1202 are used and how many are allowed. And then there could be added of emergency response, would be another performance metric for fire, flood, active shooter, or tornado. Required inputs from outside stakeholders to then be for the performance and design basis, such as fire department arrival time, delays in particular. We could also look into incorporating, it's kind of looking at the broader picture for it, and then emphasize on providing guidance to get to the outcomes. That's the report of Group D.
Thank you very much. And we'll go to Group E.
It's Don Dusenberry. I'll be presenting. Okay, we have the one slide showing our sort of our consensus, or at least the underlying themes of what we discussed. And regarding occupancy categories, we did realize that within each, say, risk group, occupancy still may have different requirements, so that there may need to be a further breakdown, thinking along the lines of something like a hurricane shelter may need to have some parameters that are important, but maybe they don't need to have the same parameters as some as a facility that's in a high seismic zone and that sort of thing. So there'll have to be something tied both to occupancy and risk. So there would have to be some subdivision. Regarding the design performance characteristics, I guess we feel that in general, those that are available now that relate to safety could be considered adequate, but other levels of performance may need to be developed. And there also is the need to be thinking specifically about existing buildings and how they differ from new buildings. And one thing to consider in an existing building could be its expected remaining life. I suppose that relates to the exposure that it would likely have to some hazard if its remaining life is short. On the operational performance, not all disciplines are equally well developed, nor necessarily would they need to be considered at the same level in the code. So there'd have to be some understanding of what areas actually need to be included: energy efficiency, indoor air quality, et cetera. Some of these may be important to include and others maybe not so much. And also in a continuing theme, as we were talking, we were considering whether operational performance parameters should be in the code itself, or should they be in some separate standard. This could apply both to existing buildings and to new buildings. It's a function of what's the purity of the performance code we're developing, and where do designers get the guidance that they need to figure out how to comply. On functional recovery, we need to be talking about how long we expect that it will, we should require a recovery to occur. And in fact, it may be a function of the community. If we're talking about community resilience, there may be a community that is well developed and has redundancy that may not demand the same type of recovery for a single facility as another community which doesn't have redundancy. So it may be a tie to the community needs. Recovery, what does it mean? Is it full recovery? Is it partial recovery? And what parameters do we set? What are the expectations for level of recovery in a certain period of time? And of course, when we're talking about recovery, we're talking about repairability. what do we require in the code, or what do we imply is necessary in the code about the repairability of the facility? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think what I want to do is just have us go through each of the different topics, and then we'll have a more broader discussion afterwards. So there were a lot of common themes across the groups here in topic 3, and some important differences. So we'll pick that up soon. But I think given the timing, we'll want to just keep moving along for now and get through all of the group reporting. So we'll move on to topic 4. And topic 4 is this issue of quantification. And basically there were 3 questions. Do we put quantified performance metric in the code document? And if so, should they be for all areas of performance? And then if they shouldn't be in the code, or the group doesn't think so, where should they be? And importantly, how should they be cited so that there's close connection? And, from the topic 3 discussion, I appreciate there's differences of opinion as to whether, the performance code is a code, a guidance document, a document to help draft, objectives for, the other I codes. I think as we look at this, though, just like the ICC performance code is a standalone code document now, the framing is really for now a standalone document that could be used in different ways. And, for these questions, it was really related to assuming a standalone document. So with that, we'll jump in again and go through the same kind of order here, group A through E. So I'll turn it over to Group A.
Great, thank you. Let's see if I can get this. The good news is that, the topic 3 was early in the meeting, and so and it was kind of broad, so it went across all different things. And as we got into 4, 5, and 6, it became much more focused, and also not as much open conversation. So let me grab this, and then for so questions included, and then summarize. So certainly, and this is basically, I believe, just all on one slide. So I think we'll be able to do pretty well with our timing. As far as quantified performance included, and absolutely yes, that was an easy answer, and really and a great statement. We needed a line in the sand, right? Is there a baseline model, or is there a minimum standard, or is there there's a formula, a calculation that gets us to that point? And then in parentheses you see that as technology and as familiarity, but comfort with performance gets better, and more maybe modeling or more acceptance happens, then that line changes, right? So more people are willing to do different things, better ways of evaluating, analyzing, and practical application come into play. On section 2 of that, similar to standards such as ASCE, identifies design reliability. So it's kind of a good reference point. There are some already out there standards, documents that identify, and once again, like we talked in the previous topic, structural seismic already kind of has a setting for this. And then item 3 was, it was kind of hard to identify what areas wouldn't need some version of this. One area that, part of the conversation came up, that possibly architectural features within or around the building may not be so necessary for this, as opposed to the engineering features. And once again, until the engineering standards change. And then the other part of that, qualitative features should appear throughout the throughout the document, maybe terminology there, throughout the document in appropriate sections, as well as pointers to other standards. So it might be in a specific section, it might be in a specific paragraph, but also there might be a pointer shown somewhere else within those, or whether it's a reference standards or something like that to get back to that point. But often, many times and often was kind of where we were at with that. So that's what we have for topic 4.
Great, Mark. Thanks very much. We'll move right on to Group B.
Eric Mail, I'm unmuted this time. We're just waiting for our slides to come up. So the first question was, are quantitative metrics okay? That was kind of how we discussed this. And again, depending on how we looked at the document, we were kind of all over the place. But in general, what you're seeing up on the screen is, yeah, qualitative is where we need to be, was where we should be, but there may be a need to put some quantitative metrics in the document. And the closer people were to being an AHJ, the more they wanted to see quantitative criteria in the document. But that was not a uniform, we weren't in uniform agreement across the board. But at some point in the design, the process, the design has to come up with quantitative criteria, but whether it had to be out detailed in the actual ICCPC, there was not good agreement. Let's go to number 2. And that's assuming that we have quantitative metrics. Where should they be? And our response to that was a little bit cleaner, in that there can be some high level requirements for certain areas, but reference documents, appendices, reference standards were a good place for that information to be. But again, it depended on the discipline we were working in. And then question 3 is, assuming no quantitative metrics, how do we get these metrics into the document? And I'm not sure we had good agreement, but using a well-developed performance-based process will get us there in the end. And I think that and at least I kept pointing to the SFPE process for that. And I think our slides say it, and those will be circulated. So I think I'm done.
Great, Eric. Thanks very much. Move on to Group C.
Okay, Group C had, like always, a very robust discussion. And if Beth, you could put up the responses to question 1, thank you so much. Answer is yes, but certainly reference those documents such as ASE7 that have those quantitative measurements already defined. And we've already talked about that earlier on in this discussion, which would allow technical aspects to be developed more quickly. And that's kind of the way we thought that should go. If tools exist, then use them, allow them to be used. And structural and energy are 2 examples of that. Some performance standards exist, and we need to explore how they fit in and what would determine if they're appropriate for references. Just because it's a performance quote standard, it may not be to the level that they need to be established to be brought into the ICCPC. And there's some areas of performance that don't have any tools or haven't any guidance really developed, but they are developing, and we need to kind of think about that and how they may be able to be brought into the ICCPC later. We should look externally, and New Zealand and Australia are 2 countries that are dealing with this in perhaps more detail than we are, and we should look into those and leverage what they're doing there. And the fire guys are working on engineering tools as well, so we need to look at them and take advantage and incorporate what they're doing into the work we would be doing. Let's go to question number 2. Gotta get on my slide. Sections 303 and 304 creates the framework to create criteria for performance. So it should be reviewed and decide how to augment, modify, et cetera, to make that work. Although some areas of performance are difficult to define and needs to be better understood before the ICCPC can address all aspects. We keep talking about fire and structural energy. We have those somewhat in hand. We need to figure out a way to bring in the other performance aspects and figure out which ones that can be brought in when. And there's a topic number 3, or thought number 3 is code can address enhanced or minimum. Because not all the time when performance-based design is used, does the owner want to go beyond a minimum criterion. So we need to think about how to discuss that and bring that up within the framework. We should provide some targets where we can place metrics in the code, and others may come later on, and also project by project. Again, owners want to do different things, communities may want to do different things regarding functional recovery, et cetera. We need to justify that. Regarding life safety, and ASCE 7 has already done that. Those metrics should be probabilistically and risk-based to deal with the life safety scenario, because we can't guarantee life safety, but we can give it relative to probability of occurrences of bad things happening. Finally, question number 3, where should they be? These quantified performance metrics. A standardized performance base that links to the document. We could do it that way. It doesn't necessarily have to be in the ICCPC, but if other standards out there do, we could link directly to them. Again, we emphasize ASCE 7 is one such link that could and should be probably done. A question we have at the end is what to do with a design guide or methodology that is not in mandatory language. And there's a lot of things out there that you should do this, you might consider this, et cetera. How does that weigh in all this discussion, and should they be referenced, and how does that work? Because there's a lot of guidance out there that structural engineers use, but won't necessarily fit a code directly. So we need to think about that moving forward. And that's what we have on Group C.
Great, thanks, John. Group D.
All right, so the group agreed on having quantified performance metric outcomes, and they emphasized on outcomes in all performance areas, whether it's energy, fire, structural, and where they're actually available. So the code needs to include approaches when they are available, but if they are not, could provide guidance for the approaches that do not have performance matrix. Now, one of the group members, Jim, actually took the time to provide an example to kind of have objective, measurable outcomes. So, Jim. Jim.
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, this is really was just a rough shot. I mean, just so everybody understands, I mean, I've had 40 years in prescriptive code and standards writing. So this whole performance code thing is a rough one for me to buy into, to be honest with you. So, but one of the things, since I've spent a lot of my career in plumbing, I said, I'll take a shot at looking at one of the plumbing sections, compare it to the IPC and say, okay, how can we incorporate some of the quantifiable objectives and all that? So, I mean, for one thing, I don't know how, even in a performance standard, you don't require that the equipment doesn't comply with some form of a standard that you're going to be using. Then we talk about, okay, what is hot water? Well, there is a prescriptive 140 degrees or whatever it is. I get 110 degrees, I think. So that's what this was just trying to do, is to give some type of measurable objective to each of what it was saying in this particular section. And it's pulling out from the IPC. And the other piece was we would have the reference standards in an appendix. Another thing I didn't put in this draft, but I thought of later, we'd probably have a reference appendix. And one of the references would be the American Society of Plumbing Engineers Design Handbook, which is 4 volumes of just plumbing design and how engineers use it to design things. So that would be another reference that would be provided. So that's all this was, my attempt to try to figure out how we can better define metrics, especially when it comes to public health and safety. So that's what this is.
All right, thank you, Jim. The group also prefers outcome-based criteria and add acceptance criteria to clarify the design, analysis, understanding, and verify compliance process. And in topic 5, they added more specific details and incorporate some of the metrics from the zoning code, specifically for the section that there are conflicts between the code and the zoning code. Also agreed on quantified performance metrics need to be cited based on topics similar to what we have it right now, whether it's energy, fire, structural. There are some other long-term suggestion or consideration similar to what we have in proposals in general, cost analysis. So it's kind of the big picture of the business continuity or the approach that will be included need to be considered and the cost of it. And also include feedback from stakeholders, architects, engineer, contractors, insurance, property management within the process. That's it for Group D.
Thank you very much. And off to Group E to end up this topic.
Okay, Don Dusenberry again, when we get the slide. Okay, on the metrics, we debated, purity versus functionality of a performance-based code, and we would expect high-level parameters in a performance code, but of course, once the less explicit it gets, the more difficult it is to implement, both through the practice of the designers as well as the role of the building official. How does the designer react when there's little in the way of quantitative metrics, and how does the building official evaluate the design under those scenarios? So there has to be a consideration of these things, but I think the preference would be to keep it at a high level and to push the quantitative information into some other document instead of putting it directly into the principal code. So there may be documents in parallel that are keyed back to the basic code that offers the guidance and the explanation, much as a commentary in an ASE standard does that sort of thing, but maybe even having more of the quantitative information there. The other thing about the quantitative measures, if you go back to the prior slide, please. It's best probably for those quantitative measures to be developed by specialists, meaning the specific discipline. So they'd have to be elsewhere or developed elsewhere and brought into the ICCPC in an appropriate way. But then again, there probably is a floor on quantitative metrics. And one of our members pointed out that there's a legal principle that says if there is a well-known way to provide, say, safety, and the cost effectiveness of doing that is reasonable, or maybe even less than the value of the harm that may be caused, then it should be considered and implemented and quantified. So there may be a floor that we need to have in the code in order to address the possibility of somebody just not providing an adequate design. Form and function, we're thinking that maybe the performance code has a reference to a prescriptive code, meaning sort of the deemed to comply avenue that one might take when implementing the performance code. We also wonder and understand that it's probable that there could be a performance code for each discipline, one covering the entire practice would seem unwieldy and unnecessarily complicated. So it would quickly branch to individual disciplines. Another issue that we talked about, which really isn't on point with this group, but something that needs to be considered, is the accounting for responsibility in the design, in particular when if something were to go wrong. That's why peer reviews are important, but then again, there will be the question of, is this, if there's a failure of some description, is it because of the hazard was unexpected or the design didn't properly account for the hazard? So there are legal issues that we'll have to deal with. And then the issue of equivalencies, which we find in fire safety codes these days, and perhaps there's a way to deal with that in other disciplines as well to make it easier and clearer for implementation. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. So again, some interesting discussion across the different groups and some different perspectives ranging from quantification should be in the code to set the line in the sand to keep it as qualitative as possible, but have quantitative criteria elsewhere. So it'll be interesting to come back to that discussion after we get through the other two remaining report outs. So the next one on the agenda is topic 5, and this would be really how we would link between the performance code and any specific verification and design methods that would be used to demonstrate the performance that is called for or mandated by the code document. And here there are these issues around whether or not to quantify the performance criteria and how to link those to the different design and verification methods. And if neither the verification criteria nor the methods are in the code, how do we make sure it all lines up? So the questions are around, again, do we put them in the code? Are they required for all performance areas? And if the group didn't think these verification and design methods need to be in or referenced by the code, how do we use them and how do we link to them to provide the level of confidence that is sought that appropriate methodologies are being used? So with that, we'll do another round of report outs, and we'll start again with Mark in Group A.
Excellent, thank you. Let's see, here we go. And I actually opened the right page to start with this time. So yeah, so you're gonna find we kept coming within these 3 questions. We very heavily leaned on kind of a central theme here, and I'll just read the bullet points out. But basically, the performance code really should be an avenue for alternative methods and materials, right? So we have that in the IBC, and there really is right now. It just says you can do alternate methods and materials, and but that's all it says. It just leaves you there, and then it's up for everybody to figure out what that actually means and what that comfort level is at the AHJ or at the building official level or the fire official level, what that actually means. And so what we see in kind of reading through this topic 5 part of it was that this really should be within the PC should be kind of the guide, to provide resources and tools to understand the non-prescriptive methods and procedures to evaluate them. And we talked earlier about measuring equivalencies and having resources and guides for that. And so that this kind of falls back into topic 5 about how that works. And we really see that, there should be, and whether it's integrated within all the different chapters or sections of the code, or whether it's actually its own kind of chapter or subchapter, that this should be the powerful element that allows people to see what the methodology of evaluating the non-prescriptive proposals, right? How do we pull into that, give everybody basically the confidence, absolutely, to know where to go next. What do we do? And then where are those references all around? And we've talked about that in some of the other topics, and we hit that again in kind of a backstop in topic 6. So to allow that, that there is an acceptable approach to safe buildings, and there's options availability. And once again, as we talked about in the previous topic, that as we get better and more comfortable with this, and designers get better and more comfortable with this, and AHJs, then this will grow, right? These abilities and these methods will actually increase in which options are available. Right now, it's kind of a limited group because there's not that many people doing it, and there's not that many people who are comfortable accepting it. A key piece that did come up, though, is that we didn't want to create an alternative prescriptive code, right? We're not just writing one with bigger words and more pointers that get you into another prescriptive code. And then, similar to having this somewhere else, if the quantitative information was in somewhere else and not really in this code, and it's in multiple places somewhere else, it becomes difficult to keep up with those somewhere else's, right? Because those are always on their own update timeline, right? So ASE's, on its own timeline, and mechanical information, and you just mentioned the plumbing engineers, work, and so those are all on their different timelines, and then the updates, the intermediate updates that happen between the actual code or standard changes. So we have to watch how wildly we let that get, because it will be hard to keep up with any of that. So that's what we had for topic 5. Thank you.
Great, thanks very much. We'll move right on to Group B.
Thank you again. Topic 5, and I think this just boils down to how to link to quantitative standards, how to get quantitative criteria adopted or as referenced or included in the document. And again, there was a fair level of discourse about how much quantitative material should be in a document, but everybody felt that there should be, if they weren't in the document, they should be linked to, and there should be resources that are pointed to, whether they're reference standards in a appendix, or whether the reference standards in appendix are just in a separate document that lists a lot of reference standards, especially to help the AHJ enforce this and understand how to evaluate it. This conversation bled heavily into question 6 of who should be allowed to do these designs and who should be reviewing them. And that became part of the question that we answered in 5, or the discussion in 5 was very heavily, hey, whoever's reviewing these and whoever's designing them needs to be competent in the performance-based process and in the specific disciplines that they're working in and how to work on that. So part of our discussion bled over, but in general, there needs to be access to the quantitative numbers somewhere, but most of us felt it shouldn't have been in the ICCPC. I think that summarizes our answers for all 3 of the questions.
Thanks, Eric. We'll jump right into Group C.
All right, Group C had a robust discussion on this one. We started off with just saying, yes, we should have some sort of verification method tied into the ICCPC. There's sort of a little tug of war that some brought up opinions that, those methods may always be changing and may evolve faster than maybe the ICCPC can keep up. So how do we reference them in a way that doesn't bog down or recreate them? Because then it's likely they're not going to be able to communicate effectively. And one interesting thing to note that there are already areas within the prescriptive codes in which you sort of already have performance paths. So we kind of need to be this more transparent about all the pathways that exist even within. And there are some examples here of energy modeling. There's, within the energy code, there's already ways to do that. And the same thing with smoke control. There's sort of this quasi-performance method already in there. And so overall, we thought it'd be a helpful table to sort of break it up into building systems and have a column for here's your prescriptive path. Here are performance-based provisions already baked into that prescriptive path, and then have like another column sort of for, here are other validator methods that seem like they also could be used to do that. And we thought overall that having that sort of visibility would be helpful for jurisdictions to see sort of, here's the path that already exists that we already adopt, and then kind of have these other columns that show that. And I think it ties also with that peer review, but then you had another column sort of, here's what kind of content we would expect to be peer reviewed with this alternative path. I think it gives just jurisdiction a very well-informed vision of like, what are all the pathways available within a given building system? And so, next slide. The second question was, where is this feasible? I think we kind of agree with everyone else that it's sort of a case-by-case thing, that there's a spectrum within each of these building systems of how mature some of the knowledge and some of the tools and guidance are, that in some cases there's already very well-established ways. I think structure tends to have a lot more maturity on that level, but then energy and fire are sort of coming up there. But then we also have this idea of like, well, there's some things where it's only prescriptive, like accessibility. You know, it's kind of weird to think about a performance-based accessibility alternative, you know, and so maybe there's some topics that don't have this performance path that's kind of it. Maybe it'll develop. I'm not as familiar with those. And then one other thought too was that it's not really, the burden is not totally on ICC to sort of seek out these alternatives. There's some discussion of like who actually brings them up, that in most cases it's the practitioners or industry groups that basically develop this knowledge and mature whatever tool or guidelines, and then they bring it forward to say, hey, we did our homework, we did our research, we have a national consensus document, now you guys need to adopt this. So it's kind of thinking about who's actually responsible for proposing these alternative methods and verification procedures, sort of is not necessarily ICC, but they're responsible for sort of curating sort of that table that we had discussed previously. Next slide. And so this is kind of what we already said, that we need a place to map out what the current ways are and tie them in to what other maybe performance-based procedures that are already in the code. Some things are more developed than others. And maybe like an appendix to help, you know, how to jurisdictions, if they want to adopt, maybe, I think authoritative document was the term, but how do you go about adopting things if the jurisdiction wanted to do something that wasn't necessarily listed in the ICCPC, that should be some sort of procedure that I think exists, but we need to kind of refresh it and revisit it in this new context. I think that's it.
Great. Thanks, Jonathan. Off to D. Samar.
All right, so for group D, kind of agreed with the other groups, agree on reference design method when it's outside the code. However, verification methods need to be included. That's applicable for all performance area, whether it's energy, fire, structural, and where this approach is feasible. The group had issued feasible, whether it's need to be defined or replaced with available. That will give you more realistic approach. And how to organize it or how to cite it within the code, it could still be based on topics following the flow, more of logistic flow of the code.
Great. Thank you very much. And group E.
All right, Judy, thank you. All right. Similar to Don's presentation, we kind of put everything on one slide here to discuss the topic. Now, certainly we agree that there should be guidance in the code regarding standards of practice and verification methods, and we need to address all the disciplines. This could be done, as Don mentioned before, that it can't by a reference list, that the various disciplines could develop independently standards of practice and those criteria that link to the ICC system, but are perhaps developed outside of the ICC system. Now, there it could be references to these documents, but it may not be exhaustive, allowing it to be open and flexible to use other references that aren't specifically mentioned in the code. One interesting thought that we shared is that, as sort of touched on by others, the different disciplines and industries are at various maturities when it comes to performance-based design methods and application of performance-based design. So there may be a consideration that certain disciplines have more specific criteria that even find itself in the code in order to give the appropriate guidance in the early years of the performance-based code. And this could be over time phased out or set up so that eventually, as they mature, it all becomes reference standards or reference documents instead of having a combination of perhaps criteria and verification methods detailed in the code. And then that moves on to the different industries having their guides and standards of practice. The reason this is important is because we noted that the original ICCPC didn't have a whole, or a lot of people mentioned that it didn't have a whole lot of meat to it. So perhaps some consideration should be given to have some of that meat in there, especially when the jurisdictions are looking for, well, what are the limits? What are the criteria? Or do I have to buy a whole nother library of books in order to enforce this code? And of course, as a support to the entire system, the code commentary, an ICCPC code commentary can be used to help this process. And that in and of itself could have examples and certainly point at certain methods and criterias and draw from the different standards of practice to help the jurisdictions or the reviewers feel comfortable in enforcing the code.
Great, thanks, Armin. And I think, again, interesting discussion, of course, variety of perspectives, and it'll be good to come back and talk a little bit about, these linkages issues when we get through the next topic. And so the last topic for now to report back on was kind of a broad topic on verification and approval and outcome reporting. And really, this was trying to get at, is it appropriate or required to have peer review for performance-based designs, both for compliance and for outcome? And if so, in what areas? And, it came up quite a bit about the competency and qualifications of folks. So a question of, is there a need for certification of people who are going to be doing this peer review to add some level of confidence to the system? And then should there be also some certification if we adopt this operational performance where in-use performance is reported and recorded? Would there be certification needs for the people that would provide any of those in-use certifications over the life of the building? So those were really kind of what we were trying to get at here. And again, I expect there is a variety of perspectives and discussion on those points. So we'll jump right in with Group A.
Yeah, great, thanks. Yeah, and while I pull this up here, interesting, Armin, on the report on Group E, the conversation of a commentary came up a couple of times in our meeting as well. So yeah, we would agree with that, and that may be a usable piece. So yeah, so topic 6, obviously yes to peer review on the prescriptive version. We had a lot of thoughts and a lot of discussion and opinions on this. So should there actually be a threshold within within the PC, the ICCPC? You know, is that something similar to Chapter 17? You know, in 1705, a lot of states on their own will modify the IBC and put their own. Florida calls them threshold buildings. North Carolina has their own version of that, where special inspections are required and that kind of thing. So is there something similar to that? I don't have an answer. We don't have an answer. It was just part of the conversation. One statement was, yeah, anything that's not prescriptive gets a peer review. So, you know, that's an option. You know, is it just up to the AHJ to determine when that peer review is there? I think that puts a lot, and we did that puts a lot on the AHJ to individually make that. So I think there has to be some standards, some baseline somewhere. But then a good point was, what if we bring these back to the risk categories, right? So we identify which categories probably should have peer review, and then those certainly get it. So that was a good statement. And then as far as the certifications, you know, kind of a common consensus of really the professional licenses are doing that. And then maybe at that point it is up to the AHJ. But if you know you have an engineer evaluating another engineer's work, or same thing with any design professional, an equivalent design professional looking at that, then that was probably an appropriate level. And then really we're just kind of hitting back home that most importantly that this document is and can be a valuable tool for communities and the AHJ, and that's really what we're leaning on, that this ends up being. So that's what we have for topic 6. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mark. And we'll move on to Group B.
It's Eric again. This was kind of a simple question. The 3 questions kind of got rolled into all of one, and that is, do we need peer review and do we need certification? And those were the 2 questions that we talked about. And it was pretty resounding that certification wasn't necessary. There shouldn't be another ICC exam to be qualified to either review or prepare performance-based designs. But there was a very strong feeling that there should be minimum qualifications, that the people doing the review and the people providing the design or providing the performance-based design should be qualified by education, training, and experience. And that was, you know, really brought forward very strongly. Whether or not that the AHJ should be required to go out and get a peer reviewer, they should have the authority to ask for it if they feel they need it, if they feel they don't have the in-house competency. How should it be funded? The AHJ should have the ability to require that the applicant pay for it, but the AHJ should retain control over the peer reviewer, and it shouldn't be maintained by the design team. I think that pretty accurately sums up what we talked about.
Great. Thanks very much.
And, one last thing, and we had pretty strong agreement within the committee, which is probably the only time in any of the questions that we had any agreement.
Okay, super. Thanks for that. Group C.
All right. As usual, Group C had lots of notes. First thing we want to start off was just make it clear the difference between a third-party plan review and peer review. These terms get mixed up all the time, that the peer review is a very specialized review of a complex, you know, procedure, basic design, whatever it is. It's not the general plan check thing. And so I think differentiating those, our group felt like was important, because I've heard them mix and match as people kind of discuss it more casually, and just making clear what they are. There were some questions too that others have echoed about, you know, kind of the ethics. I think, again, the maturity of the industry changes, that structure may have more maturity, but new ones that get into this, of fire or energy. There were some questions about how you review your competitors and things like that, you know, again, the qualifications kind of help that, that process needs to be thought about. Also, we thought about the mechanism in which how you get reimbursed and who actually hires the peer reviewer was another question. And it was brought up too that a lot of times jurisdictions, which kind of ties to the next question, that they have like a pre-approved peer review list, which sort of the jurisdiction has to find some criteria that they feel comfortable that this list of consultants or companies or whatever are qualified and sort of pre-approved for reviewing a particular task or reviewing a particular aspect of the project. Next slide. So qualifications, yes, there should be some way to qualify that a peer reviewer is competent. In some cases, there may be existing licensing, but again, it's kind of case by case depending on what you're reviewing. And I think experience is a big thing, that there needs to be some sort of guidance on what kind of topics need peer review. That the scope kind of varies. Are you reviewing something that's just feeding into the design, like picking seismic ground motions, that once you pick those, the entire design process is not that unique from a prescriptive approach, but that one particular topic just feeds in, and then at the end, the jurisdictional authority has the ability to review those, or you're actually asking the peer review to interpret results, right? That there's just so much complexity coming out of a really complicated model that, the jurisdiction doesn't have the ability to understand that. And so I think the scope varies quite a bit depending on what exactly you're looking at, or you're just setting up a basis of design where it says, follow typical standard procedures, but tweak all these different levers. And then the building official can then look at that and say, okay, I can now do the project once you've given me this sort of criteria. And so there's different ways in which a peer reviewer is involved that I think changes along some of these questions. And then lastly is peer review an opt-in or an opt-out? Is it, here is alternate methods and we recommend you do peer review, or is it, here's alternate methods, you really need to do a peer review in order to use these methods? And again, it's sort of based on the knowledge of the jurisdiction, that really they shouldn't be doing things that are beyond their realm of understanding, but are we kind of requiring it as part of this sort of alternate path or this performance path that we really think you should do this versus you have to do it? So it's just an interesting question on whether they have to. Next slide. We had a lot of discussion on the operation side of things. Summing it up, I think there was just a question of how you actually implement this, that oftentimes the jurisdiction's authority becomes severely limited once you get your certificate of occupancy. Like what mechanisms exist for them to sort of renew that process or go out and do some sort of in-use compliance checks. There was also some issues with, not only how you do that, you probably need some sort of legislative mandate, or you have to revisit typical triggers that are already in the code. That if you're afraid about energy modeling getting messed up by renovations, you need a trigger to sort of trigger that check. If you want future buildings to still maintain some energy efficiency, you need to kind of pull the levers that are already in the code and figure out how you can do that. Other issues is that we typically treat existing buildings differently in the code. That there's often this idea that there are less, reduced seismic forces, reduced code forces or whatever. And how does that compare with this sort of operational compliance that really is tying it to sort of a current code level or whatever the new design level is? How do we have these two paths and how do they play with each other? If you're going to require some in-use operational checks over time, how does that compare with existing building codes and provisions? And also similarly too, after in a post-event disaster setting, what standard do you do to, have these things in there? And what does it mean if you're 5% out of compliance on energy modeling? You kick everyone out? It's kind of this weird in between that we weren't quite sure. We like the idea of it, but it wasn't quite sure how it all pencil out on the implementation side of things. So I think that kind of sums up our group's discussion.
Great, thank you very much. As we're transitioning, interesting note on, change of legislation may be required for some of these things. And, some jurisdictions already have requirements for outcome reporting on energy. So we've heard a lot of discussion about, leading or following. In some cases, there's already legislation in place that the performance code hasn't addressed, and that's an example of such an opportunity. So we'll go on now to D.
All right, for group D, while looking at the peer review, they kind of went back to the ICCPC diagram, and they suggested toward the end there is acceptable solution. Instead, they suggested using performance outcomes achieved that will give you more quantified outcomes. They agreed on the pathway for required peer reviews, and this should be necessary for any aspect outside the prescriptive. As for the license, they agreed that the proper license as of right now with what everyone is using is sufficient, but could look into certification for providers of in-use compliance with performance outcomes. There is also suggestion to look into San Francisco requirements for peer review. Those could helpful guidance on that. And they agreed with in-use compliance with performance providers, but there need to be more details aligned to it to give more good content to the users.
Great, thank you very much. And group E.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Judy. Yeah, so we're in general agreement that a pathway for peer review should be explained or detailed in the code. And as far as what needs peer review, there might be different performance levels in the code, as been discussed before. And perhaps the lowest performance level would not necessitate a peer review. We would just expect that the licensed practitioner practicing would be doing the right thing, because that's why they have a license. But anything above perhaps the lowest level the code would require the peer review, or a different level. In any case, an AHJ can always require peer review even for the lowest level if necessary. It's just what's the code gonna prescribe versus what the AHJ might step in and still require. The group discussed the idea of certifications being necessary. Whether that's an additional certification, whether that's an additional test is all a big question mark. For example, perhaps if you do have the qualifications to perform the performance-based design analysis, you have the qualifications to review such analysis. So by default, that's clear. However, could there be an AHJ that passes an exam or a course of study or whatnot for certification of just reviewing is an open question. And would it be necessary if somebody can do it, but they would need to submit to the authorities their experience, their education, their licensing, so that they could be on an approved list, such that like San Francisco has, for example, for smoke control system design. There was some concerns about how peer review meshes with the standards of care in terms of the legal aspects. We're still at an infancy about performance-based design methodology, and we're still learning we'll probably be learning what the standard of care means. Certainly, there are discipline or industry-specific peer review guides out there, or at least the SFPE has one, and perhaps that is a benchmark that is used as a standard of care. However, I imagine it's an evolving concept, and just because the SFPE has it, perhaps the ASCE has it, the other disciplines might need to develop if they don't already have something like this. As far as responsibility goes, everybody seems to agree that it's ultimately paid by the applicant or the client. Our group specifically did say that the AHJ is to approve the peer reviewer, though, in all cases. Now, this has also been highlighted earlier by somebody else. There could be a method where the client pays the jurisdiction pays the peer reviewer. Maybe that's a burden, or maybe that takes the conflict of interest a little bit off the table, not entirely. And that's the last point here is we should take care not to create another burden or hurdle to make this so difficult. Peer review was supposed to help the process be more efficient rather than burden the process. As far as in-use reviews, we didn't speak much on that subject, just touched on it, if you will. There are certain testing programs that are set up, or checks that are set up, both certainly on the fire protection system side. Since that's already recognized in the code, something can be done in terms of review, either annually, depending on the issue and the area. If we're talking about energy or fire or other systems, air quality, that could be put into this code process, because I think everybody's already familiar with this kind of approach, and it wouldn't be too terribly burdensome. That's it for E.
Great. Thank you very much. So again, really want to thank everyone for your input in working across all of these different areas. What I want to do now is just recover a little bit of ground and talk a little bit about some summary outcomes that I extracted, and have a broader discussion where groups can ask questions, and we can see if we can kind of come to a little bit of consensus. One thing I do want to point is that we talked way back a couple weeks ago about this possible structure, and there seemed to be some general support. Some of the issues we talked about this week or two were where the performance criteria should go and verification methods. And it seems to be kind of mixed between in the code or in a reference document. But I also noted that some people were concerned that if you put anything in the code, you're restricting innovation, and that was considered in terms of saying you could still verify from the exemplar methodologies that were provided in the code, which could help put a line in the sand as new methods are developed, and so forth. So, some of these ideas, we're really trying to think about covering different ground that, we want to recognize design professionals should understand and have competency in their area. But if everything is wide open, that puts a lot of burden on the authorities to have the same expertise. And so that comes into the question of then when peer review, and is there a way to develop better confidence and comfort. So, there are a lot of issues there. I guess another thing I wanted to show here is that you guys produced a lot of good work, and you won't be able to read any of this, but I've taken so far what's been outcomes from all of the groups around all of the topics, and put it into a table, and this will be shared later, but it's quite a bit of information. Not all of it is in agreement, as one would expect. There's not consensus on every item, as one would expect, but I think from my perspective, there's a lot of good ideas and feedback that should be considered, and I think that was the main idea of the research. And so with that, one thing that I did do was I came up with, what I thought might be some of the key outcomes that perhaps everyone could think about a little bit today as we go into discussion. And so what I did here was, understanding that I couldn't reduce all of the information that everybody had into key points. I, subjectively extracted a few and made my interpretation of what each of the groups A, B, C, D, and E kind of thought about the topic. And one thing to begin with, a lot of the groups brought up that how the ICCPC relates to other codes needs to be clear going forward. And it's not clear, or at least there's no consensus, whether the I codes are deemed to comply with the performance code, or if the performance code is an alternative methods and materials for the I codes, and so forth. So it's understood that there's difference of opinion there. I would observe that the current ICCPC is a standalone code that has within its administrative provisions and structure a means that can be used to help define an alternative methods and materials process. And so, it has that ability to be used both ways. But some of the things that are important going forward is that, people tend to agree that, the performance requirements, the goals, objectives, the top level that we're trying to achieve needs to be clearly identified and articulated, whether it ultimately ends up in the performance code, the other I codes, or other. The performance code should accommodate the reality that performance-based design is often for only parts of the building, and that it should be clear, that a requirement for peer review, is above the line, so you need peer review, but how the peer review is done may be outlined elsewhere. That was really kind of coming out of topic 1. Coming out of topic 2 on the risk, operational performance, and functional recovery, there seemed to be widespread agreement on performance groups to risk groups is good, and that's already in process with some code change proposals. Not so clear on operational performance. Generally it seems like it could be okay, but would require a lot of work, coordination, and education. And similar for functional recovery. Some were very strong that it should be in there, but others were, unsure that we had everything quite ready yet. So, my takeaways is, the concepts are good. We need to think about it some more, or any code development activity really needs to look at that. Use groups, trying to summarize, my takeaways, key takeaways from the discussions of today from reviewing the slides in advance, is that the use group should be evaluated in depth again, especially with risk, but also if we go with the operational and functional recovery aims. May need to look at different hazards for different risk groupings, because what happens in a fire may be different than an earthquake, may be different than a hurricane, and performance levels and functional recovery might all be different. And again, not much consensus on operational performance or functional recovery because they're new to many, but that doesn't seem to take away from the fact that they should be thought about. Quantification of performance started to get more diversity here. Some thought it was absolutely essential to be put in the code, where we have them. Others thought maybe in the code, but not. Seems to be critical for safety from fire, natural hazards, and others, but a diversity of views in the other areas. Linkages to the design and verification methods seem to be mixed too. Some say don't put them in the code, others it's appropriate to have them in there. And I think a key thing is having a clear linkage. And it's been brought up a few times that some of the concern with the current performance code is you don't have criteria, you don't have clear linkages to acceptable methods to demonstrate performance. And in any case, you don't have the criteria that would be agreed to demonstrate that. So that puts a lot of burden on enforcement officials to try to make those decisions if there's competing perspectives on how you characterize all of that. So those remain areas that I think need a lot of work. And the verification and compliance of design, some felt peer review was required in all cases. Some thought maybe only specific buildings. Some thought it would be up to the AHJ. Different pathways would be important. Competency more important in certification for some, but others would like to see some kind of certification for peer reviewers. And also, if you need to look at, or we go to this outcome-based performance, there needs to be some consideration of that. So it's hard to kind of keep this up on the screen while we open it up for discussion, but I wanted to kind of reflect what I took away as kind of key takeaways from the discussion so far, and see if there is any violent opposition to that, see if there's anything I missed, and maybe have 15 minutes or so of discussion around any of the points that were brought up today in the reporting back of any of the groups, to see if there's anything we want to explore as a group today on the structure before we get into the last item, which is the most important things going forward. So with that, I'll open it up to questions. Either raise your hand or post. I see Chris Jelenowitz has his hand up, and David Bonowitz has posted a comment. So I'll go to Chris and give people a chance to kind of look at David's question or comment.
Hi, Brian. Very nice discussion. On the list that you just went through with some of the points that you brought up, one thing that hit me in this discussion when the groups reported out is I heard the term, equivalency pulled up. And it seems like a lot of the discussion of performance-based design is going to, we're not really looking for an equivalency here. We're looking to meet the performance standards. So the kind of thought is, you either do the prescriptive or you do the performance, but we're really not doing the performance. We're really not doing an equivalency of the prescriptive. Do you believe that to be an issue? I just think there needs to be some clarification there, because I hear that come up a lot. It seems like when ASCE went to their appendix, they took all that out saying, hey, we want to do, option A or option B moving forward.
Yeah, so, if I understood correctly, I guess the question is this aiming at performance or aiming at equivalency fundamentally? For me, the performance code is aiming at performance, but can it be used to demonstrate equivalency if you can agree what the performance objectives are? One could argue yes.
Yeah, and I agree. I hear what you're saying there, because saying, well, it's kind of like an equivalency, but I just think we need to get away from that terminology. I think it kind of muddles what we're trying to do.
Okay, appreciate that. Let me see if I can scroll back to David's question or comment that the table is meant to summarize what was reported out, but with respect until there's a decision and direction on the first two items, it would be a mistake to read the rest of those as check marks to consensus. And I guess the point there is that, while I wouldn't claim that any of this is consensus, this is research, and this is meant to highlight issues that have been identified. And I think that's important to go forward. I think the decision on whether this is structured as an independent document and as a code or as a different type of guidance document. It's kind of independent in a way of what needs to go into the document. But again, this is why we're having these discussions. So I see Dave Collins had his hand up.
Yeah, I think the discussion has been quite valuable and quite informative and quite interesting. And I think it demonstrates the breadth to which the performance code can reach. It doesn't need to be prescribed. It needs to be as wide open as it can be. And I think virtually 100% of us know that there's a lot of research and analysis and investigation going on almost perpetually by various industry segments to come up with better tools, better products, better systems, better approaches to solving a given issue or a given problem or a given area of concern within the industry, all of which change. And we've witnessed hundreds and hundreds of changes within the industry since the incorporation of the ICC as the one model code. The performance code was intended to allow us to look at things as broadly as we possibly can in order to address a specific application or a specific building type or a specific element of a building type. And I think that's been valuable in certain situations, but it's also been allowed to fall backward. I think as the code has advanced, the IBC, the IMC, the IPC, all of them have advanced their technologies. The performance code has basically stayed stagnant. And I think we need to be perhaps more cognizant of how the two would work together on a given project or a given issue or a given topic, and how they should be aligned or they should be coordinated or they should use minimum criteria as a focal point, but not necessarily a measuring tool for how we talk about performance solutions.
Thank you. I see David has his hand up. I'll let him comment before I go to Mark's comment.
Thanks. Well, just with respect to my comment in the chat, Dave Collins kind of put his finger on it a minute ago. And if you re-show that table, you don't have to if you don't want to, but there's a lot of stuff there that's not just, gathering opinion, Brian. There's stuff there that is very plainly groups saying this shall be, this is essential, or this is not essential, or it has to be this way, or it doesn't have to be that way. But how I judge those things depends entirely on what the decision is about the first two lines. I mean, that second line in this table that you're showing right now, that's night and day, depending on which direction you go. So, I can be 100% in favor of a direction of the things coming later in the table, depending on one decision on line two, and be 100% opposed to it on the other. Here's the thing, we know that there's discussion about equivalence. Chris made the point. There's been side chat as well in our groups about what that means and what the meaning of performance-based design is. All fair, but what we know as context for this whole project is that people are talking about using the ICCPC as an alternative to the IBC. And because we like the idea of performance-based design. So if we want to see that happen, then, and that's the role we see for the ICCPC, then we just got to say it, okay? And then we'll have a conversation about what things are appropriate in that context. If we think that that's not the right way to go because the IBC exists, it's law, AHJs adopt it and enforce it, and the ICCPC is something different as an alternative that's voluntary or something else to help you think about the performance in a less enforceable way, we just say that, and then we'll have that context by which to judge its content. But I don't think we can judge the content or any suggestion about the content until we know that overall question. So I'm not saying we have to resolve it today. I'm saying the rest of that table is misleading if we think that that's giving a clear answer until we have the solution on or direction on the first two. So I'd be interested in people's response to the question in the chat, and I guess I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Okay, and you know, we'll continue to have opportunity. I think some connections have been made here that people can comment back and forth as well. You know, I've been careful to try not to put too much of my bias into this and try to manage the process, but you know, I would disagree. I would not disagree that some people are looking to the performance code as a means for alternative methods and materials, but not everyone. Some are looking for the performance code to be a performance code. And, you know, that discussion is still alive and well. And I think, you know, what is needed in either has, you know, many commonalities, if not the same specifics. So, you know, we'll get into that, or that will be something that has to be addressed, you know, going forward, which is why it was highlighted as an issue. You know, I think, you know, Mark can jump in if he wants, but just trying to go to his comment before I go to Jonathan is, you know, we haven't done a good job of socializing what a performance-based code or regulation is. A lot of countries have it. You know, a lot of jurisdictions are employing performance-based regulations and standards. I think, you know, there's different issues that we need to address, but, you know, I think Mark's point is that, you know, can we afford not to shift towards performance-based, you know, code standards and so forth to keep pace? And, you know, I think that's an important question as well. So Mark can jump in if he wants to at some point, but otherwise I'll go to Jonathan and then back to David.
Yeah, I mean, if I may.
Yep.
So, you know, one of so we do regulate in a performance-based way a lot of other technologies already in the United States. We do a lot of environmental regulation on a performance basis. We regulate aviation and many aspects of medicine on a performance-based approach. And at the local level, land use regulation, despite prescriptive zoning laws, is designed to implement a general plan in most communities. And those general plans are very performance oriented. They're about what does the community wish to look like at some point in the future. And those plans are developed with a notion of what can we influence through the regulatory process? How can we influence the market through the regulatory process to mitigate the worst impacts of development and promote the best impacts of development? So it's not like performance-based regulation isn't already done in communities that enforce building codes. It's that we've never applied the same thinking or the same process to the regulation of construction that we do to the regulation of land use.
Yep, it's a good point. And, you know, I would, you know, say we do the same type of thing with vehicles. We set performance limits like speed limits, braking distance, things like that. And we don't have prescriptive car design, or we wouldn't have so many different cars. There's a whole confidence issue out there as well, which I think we're trying to get to around some of the peer review and other issues relative to how do we gain confidence.
Yeah, the last issue just on that riff is that, you know, I think we do need to start thinking about how we address performance as an existential issue for ICC. New technologies are outpacing the ability of the prescriptive code development process as it's currently managed to keep pace. If you don't get your code change approved in one cycle, you come back 3 years later. And if you don't get it quite right in the third year, in that cycle, you come back another 3 years later. So it's taking us, in some cases, a decade to catch up. And I can't tell you how many times I've heard the debate at a hearing say, yeah, we all agree that there's a problem here. We just don't agree that the solution's the right one. And that's always characterized as, well, this just isn't ready for prime time. Well, prime time is now. These problems don't go away just because we can't reach consensus on how to respond to them. And eventually, industries and communities are going to reach a consensus that Using the model code is no advantage.
Thank you. I want to get to Jonathan now. Thank you, Mark.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out this. I agree with this discussion, and we really have to figure out if the ICCPC is sort of that umbrella and which one is subservient to the IBC. And it occurred to me that it all kind of comes down to that the triangle diagram that you had shown, is to where that red line ends, the red dashed line that divides the two pathways. That right now it strikes me as an umbrella document that the IBC is, you know, all the prescriptive codes are sort of subservient to the bigger triangle on top. And it kind of lends itself to equivalency, because essentially it says the blue path meets the same criteria as the red path, right? They're one and the same, they meet the same triangle. And if you wanted to break it and say, well, they're not equivalent anymore, then that red dashed line goes to the top of the triangle. And then you have the prescriptive IBC path on the left, and you have a separate ICCPC path on the right, in which case they cohabitate, they're independently adopted. But right now the triangle, to me, says you adopt the ICCPC, and then within it, you also get the blue part. And so I think that visual will help, you know, kind of that discussions that are happening now, that right now it strikes me as equivalency, that they're all subservient to the bigger top triangle, which is the ICCPC. And if you want to change that, then draw the little red dashed line all the way to the top and say, no, they are different performances. We actually want the ICCPC to be different than what the prescriptive path is. And so that little visual, whatever way we decide, I think will help people kind of appreciate that nuance, because right now it does scream equivalency to me, because they're following the same triangle. And it's kind of, you know, the same performance objectives and things like that. So just an observation on that diagram and how it could really sway one way or the other with the length of that dashed red line.
Great, appreciate that. That's helpful explanation on the imagery. Dave.
Well, I think actually the problem is that we have all three at the same time and don't know it. We have a prescriptive code, and then in one place we say you can have alternate means and methods to do something, but it doesn't tell you what to do when you have an alternate means or methods proposed or considered or necessary. And then you have a whole document over here that says, here's a performance methodology. And I see them, I would hope, closely tied together, that we can say the performance code helps the designer, helps the owner, helps the code official understand how to evaluate alternate means of doing what the minimum is required. But at the same time, it says, okay, yeah, the code has not said anything new about a specific subject for 20 years. And yet the industry has advanced dramatically so that the provisions in the code are significantly out of date, just simply been ignored. Why? What are we going to do with that, and how can we do it? And again, this is a tool to help solve that problem.
Great, thank you very much. Eric.
Thank you. I'm sorry you guys got to listen to me more, but performance-based design isn't intended to be an equivalency to the other documents. I mean, I think we already covered the equivalency concept in code modifications and ulterior means and methods. This is an idea of, hey, how do we find an appropriate level of protection for the unique or unusual project? I think that concept we're fighting with internally as this group, as a group here. And that's, I think, a lot of the disagreement has boiled down to that. And I'll sit back and be quiet.
Thank you. I guess I'll just make a couple more comments before asking for any last comments before we go to break. You know, I think part of the challenge, and, you know, I'll go back maybe to Dave's comments on this. If we really don't have clarity of the performance expectations we want out of the IBC, it's really hard to determine what you're trying to get an equivalency to, and then to agree what performances you want and in a framework that, doesn't define the performances. So the performance code would hopefully, describe a performance that you're aiming for. And maybe back to Jonathan's point, ultimately it would be perhaps nice that whatever codes we have the same objectives. But if it's helpful to think of them in different ways, the performance code, I think, should be aimed at, what performances we're trying to achieve with the technologies we have in a confident and reliable way. And how do we structure something to help us get it there? So if there aren't any last minute, comments to this point, what I propose is a 10-minute humanity break, come back at 15 minutes past the hour, and have the groups go in to tackle item number 7, which is, what are the top 5 things that we have to address? I think there's already been some strong arguments that there's just one item that needs to be addressed, but I'd like to have the groups tackle that issue and then come report back with no more than 5 items, so we have that summarized. So Eric, is your hand up, or you just forget to put it down? I'll take that as you forgot to put it down. So we'll take a 10-minute break. We'll come back at 15 minutes past the hour, at which point we'll go into breakout groups to tackle the top 5 must-have items. Thank you.
Brian, I'm going to step away for 3 minutes or 5 minutes, and then I'll be back.
Okay. Okay, we're at about quarter past the hour. So I think what we'll do now is move right into the breakout groups. One of the things that, as I mentioned, excuse me, before, is that really the main discussion here is the top 5 must-have items going forward. And so the intent is to identify your top 5 and only the top 5 that must be successfully addressed or implemented for widespread adoption, implementation, and use of a reimagined ICCPC. And we know there are some strong views on some of those, and there are some essential things we have to cover. So I think it's really important that we get these reported back. So you have a half an hour was scheduled. I don't think we need a half an hour. I might suggest we just take 15 minutes since all the groups knew about this in advance, and have that discussion, pull together the slides. We'll come back, do the reporting and discussion on that, and have a chat about the next steps forward. So with that, I'll ask Judy to put everybody into their breakout groups, and we'll go from there.
All right, everybody should automatically go into the same breakout room. If there's anybody who did not join us last time, I will put you into a room. All right, there are 6 unassigned.
Hey, Judy, this is Rich. I've just been listening in anyway, so why don't I can do a few other things. Don't worry about putting me in a breakout room.
Okay. There's a phone number here, 1-361-866-8923. Can you identify yourself?
This is Jerry Morey.
Oh, hi, Jerry. Okay.
I just don't have a microphone and a visual
Okay.
camcorder.
You're in Group E though. I'll put you there.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So Brian, we have then actually just Craig Hoffmeister and Stephen Orlowski. And right now there are only 5 people in Group C.
Yeah, Judy, I was going to say I was part of Group C during the first meeting.
Okay, I'll put you
Thank
there,
you.
Craig. And then Mike, you and Brian have the opportunity to jump around. Stephen Orlowski, I have 7 in Group A, 8 in Group B, 6 in Group C, 10 in D, and 9 in E.
Group C is fine.
Okay. All right, Brian, Mike, I'm going to go join Group E.
I'm probably going to sign off. I'll see you guys later.
Okay, thanks for joining, Rich.
It was very interesting to listen, so thanks for having me. Bye.
Sure.
Judy?
Brian, you're on mute. Is this Brian? Does the screen?
This is Danny. I don't find myself in the group. I'm supposed to be in group B.
That's because you're
Okay.
logged in as me, Danny. So,
Oh, okay.
I'll move you. Yeah, I can move you to group.
but you can change the name. If you see the blue button up in the corner, there's a mute button and then there's a blue box next to it.
Let's see.
I can
More.
rename him. What is the name though? Just tell me how to spell it.
Dan Coburn, Cobourne.
Dan Coburn,
Yes.
Cobourne.
Yes. And then group B.
Okay. And then where's my breakout rooms? All right. What group were you in, Dan?
B, group B.
All right. There you go. And Don never came back here.
He said he lost his leave breakout room and only had the leave meeting button. So I don't know.
Oh, I can pull him back to the main session. It's weird. It's like you can
Pull people.
Yeah.
The claw.
Yeah, that's how I feel. Don moved to main session. Did he have something that he?
He had jotted down some notes, so he was going to put it up on the screen. The only other way would be as if he could share it somehow.
Yeah, or put it in the chat if he can copy and paste it into the chat.
Yeah, well, since you can't get out, maybe you should go back in since you're, I guess,
Yeah.
moderating.
All right.
Brian, do you want me to bounce into any of the other breakout rooms and tell me you gave another 15? I was
Yeah,
in A, B, and C, and I was in C with the same time you were there.
yeah, if you have time to drop into the next two, that'll be great,
The
because we're
next
gonna
two,
go,
just go D and E.
yep,
Do you have a time specific? So does that, what are we talking about? About quarter to the hour?
yeah, I'm gonna go until, what is it, 35 now, I'll go until 10 till.
10 to the hour, I'll go to D and E.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
I saw somebody just join the meeting, so I popped in here to see if I should assign them, but there's no one here. So I'm going back to E, but I'll keep the breakout rooms open for another 10 minutes.
Yeah, I think it was Jim Kenzel because he was pre-assigned. He might have just got
Oh,
pushed over.
okay, great.
Thank you.
Yeah, John, the blue button didn't work.
How'd you make it back in then?
I closed all the rooms.
I had to go back to the calendar invite and hit the
Oh, no.
relink.
Well, I'm glad we didn't follow you.
But Steve, I saw you rejoin and you must have popped right back into your breakout room.
Yeah, I think I caught it right at that moment where it was like the breakout room was leaving and I was getting reconnected.
Like you're in Star Trek when you got beamed up and you're kind of partially between the planet and partially between the Enterprise, and then you kind of, yeah, which way are you gonna go? I'm dating myself a little bit by that, but just a little bit.
I remember that. Yeah.
Don't worry, I used 2 Star Trek references already.
I'm not surprised in this group.
Yeah, very good. Oh.
Well, to carry on an analogy that was being discussed, everybody's being beamed back into the main meeting. So we'll see what everybody has to say about the top 5 items, and I'm sure it'll be the top 5 in each group. And if it is, it'll be a first. But with that, we'll just kick right in and ask for Group A to give their top 5. What do we need to do?
Okay, we're going to share.
All right, yeah.
Okay, I think Mark's going to present.
All right, yeah. Hey, it's Mark Matheny again. And so here's what we came up with the top 5. We needed every second of that full time. So thank you for adjusting that. Oh man, I'm sweating. Sorry. Okay, here's what we came up with. The ICCPC needs a clear scoping statement, including where it is applicable and where it is not applicable. The second one is the PC has to be part of the family of iCodes working together with all the iCodes to design, build, and enforce, right? So it's just got to be part of the family of codes and work in collaboration and sometimes independently, sometimes at the same time. PC needs to include a set of performance expectations and metrics if going above the code, and a list of items where there is no performance metrics at this time. Once again, an evolving fluid document. We'd like to see guides, assessment tools, flowcharts, and commentary to make this code usable. That will help all ends, both sides of the counter. The ICCPC should strive to set forth the minimum performance expectations and metrics necessary to satisfy the intent of the iCodes. That's it.
Very good. Thank you very much. Group B.
Great. The first one in the overarching question, as you've heard from our group every time I've reported, is what kind of document is this? How does this document interact and relate to the other I-documents? You know, are we deemed to comply? Are we a standalone document? Do we provide an alternative level of protection that's not necessarily equal? But that concept needs to be flushed out very early in the process. The two is, and this was in the group felt that if we only do this one, or if the process only does this, then we've already got a win on our hands. And that is create goal and intent statements for the other codes, whether that's done on a per code, a per chapter basis, that it would be incredibly helpful. The third item is adequacy of the PBD process. And it's the whole process, is making sure that the designers are competent, that the AHJs are competent, that there's a clearly laid out methodology of how the AHJs get peer review help if they need it, and how that's worked out. So that whole verification process we all felt was very important. The fourth one is, and again, this one I don't know that there was complete unanimity on, but functional recovery. Those processes and parameters, if it's going to be included, they should be here. And the concept of chicken and egg is, are we going to put it in the performance-based document and then drag the other codes along? Or are we going to wait for the other codes to write it and then we're going to put it in the performance-based document? And that was kind of how we laid the chicken and egg along the functional recovery. And then also very important back to the process is that when a PBD is done for a building or for a project, that performance-based document that's generated, the performance-based document, has to become the ongoing O&M manual for the building. It becomes the fire code and the property maintenance code for the building. And that process needs to be clearly laid out in the body of the ICCPC. I think that takes care of all 5.
Very good. Thank you very much. Group C.
I realized we didn't pick a reporter. If somebody wants to jump in, it's fine. I'm also fine with starting us up and going through the list. Just pull this up so we can see. Okay. So I don't know if these are ranked in any priority, but we came up with 5. 1, I guess probably one of the biggest one, to re-educate what performance codes and designs are for those, I guess, that are not familiar or not necessarily going to use it, so they understand what pieces do what, to not take away from, see how it works in the construct of what they already do and how it affects them. Appropriate performance-based quantification of criteria is required. And as part of that, maybe the mapping out of how we bring references into the code, see what is already performance in the prescriptive, I guess, and also what might fit into what we need or can do in the performance code to quantify certain pieces. I think it's kind of mapping and see what's available for solutions now. We need a framework for peer review and qualifications developed holistically so that we look at the different references out there like structural, fire protection, and others. We didn't have a strong opinion to necessarily require it, but we really need to have a robust framework so that when people, a jurisdiction or somebody wants to, they have a really good idea what needs to be included, what doesn't. But I think we need to get a better handle on what peer review is. That's probably also clarifying, had that debate a lot. What's not peer review? Third-party review is not peer review. And that ICCPC should be clear that, and I think this has always been the intention, that you can have many levels of performance-based design. It could be very simple, it could be very broad. It is not all or nothing. You don't have to go all performance or all prescriptive. There is various levels in between. And I actually moved a sentence we had added there to the next item because I thought maybe it fits better. The last item is that, and I think somebody already said this, ICC needs to be very clear, the governing when it's applied. Perhaps, and what we were thinking is that it does become the governing document when you apply it to a project, because part of that is to make sure that all the remaining objectives, if you're only focused in on one piece, are still achieved. Because when you pull one piece out and you're only looking at one piece, you still need the whole thing. But the ICCPC would be the governing document in that case, but maybe not be the overarching in all cases. So that, I don't know if anybody wants to add anything from the group, because I didn't specifically have some to report out. Okay.
Seeing nothing, that very good. Thank you. Group D.
I have all the notes. Can I share my screen?
That depends.
You're now a co-host, Shane.
Sweet. All right, give me 1 second. I didn't put these into a PowerPoint, but here we go. I'd say a lot of our discussion was also very focused on how does the performance code relate to the other codes, whether it should be governing or not. I think we were starting to hone in on feeling like, there has to be flexibility in incorporating this such that everybody in the US, whether it's the design teams, code enforcement, or whatever other stakeholders, understand how to successfully implement the performance code. So there has to be flexibility in it. I think our general sense was kind of what Beth was summarizing, is likely that it wants to be the governing code long-term, and that you're then offering the ability to incorporate performance approach on certain aspects, and then maybe prescriptive criteria in others. In the short term, the implementation of that, maybe that's something like the performance code establishes the framework, and there are pieces of that that you can pull into the current prescriptive framework until it's overhauled. Needing consistent, detailed, quantitative, and specific criteria that can be established for the design team and for enforcement. I think in this item D, I was kind of framing the same statement in another way, that, you know, how do we aid qualification peer review? And, you know, we need acceptance criteria that's very clear for both the design team and code enforcement on what makes a successful PBD approach, so that it can be accepted. And then, you know, similar, this is more of a me thing that we didn't really discuss too much, but I think one thing that the life safety code has done decent at is incorporating the performance-based criteria into the prescriptive framework, where it says, here's minimum thresholds or different criteria that you can change. Here are things that are not allowed to change, and this is what must be retained. So I think that kind of goes back to maybe what it was in group A, kind of saying like, what are the things that are allowed to change? Like what, I forget, there was a good sentence that was kind of aligned, I think, similar to this one. So, so if anybody else wants to chime in on that, feel free. Otherwise, that's what I've got.
Good, thank you. And I think that brings us to Group E.
Since I took the notes, I'll discuss this, I guess. So similar to a lot of the other groups, most important part is how it is made part of the ICC code system. And the group in general had some discussions about whether this is whether the ICCPC is some sort of parallel document, or whether it's an umbrella that's reflective of the pyramid that you've shown us a few times. And we lean towards the pyramid, and we think the greater group here also leans towards the pyramid kind of concept, where the ICCPC effectively sits on top, if you will. And that gets me to my next point, is that quantitative objectives are ideally in the ICCPC, if at all possible. That's to be worked out on a discipline by discipline basis. And it would be awfully nice, and I'm throwing this in here as an aside a little bit, but it's been mentioned elsewhere, that those quantitative objectives would be great if they somehow were to be tied to the prescriptive codes, and they'd have, if you will, mirrored objectives, or could be mirrored somehow with these performance objectives, so that we know then if we took the prescriptive approach partially, if we need to do a performance-based approach to a prescriptive issue, we would know the objective. And more importantly, that the quantitative criteria is important in order to do any of this work. And either that's referenced appropriately to different industry standards that are independently put together, possibly with an eye towards mixing in with the code or meshing in with the code. Some quantitative criteria could be established in the code itself. An important part that other people have mentioned is the review process. The authorities are probably going to be at a loss when they start seeing this and wonder how that's going to work. They'll want to not only review, but enforcement process. as well as ongoing maintenance and how the enforcement process goes on in the future through inspections, as an example. That could be if it's a full performance-based design is taken, that might need to have certain special documentation that needs to be part of that process, and that would be laid out in the code. Last but not least, we're looking at a potentially new system here. We're looking at changing the system, if you will, especially if this sits at the top of this new pyramid. And if that's the case, there needs to be an educational process implemented. And you could look at it as partially as marketing, so that you can teach people about what this is, what's coming, why it's good. And that needs some reach out. I think it needs more direct education rather than just sending out the codes or just sending out a code commentary even. It needs a more of a touchy-feely approach and integration with, as we all know, we're a completely decentralized system here with a model code, but then legally and adoption-wise, it's completely decentralized. There's got to be a lot of reach out. And in that reach out process, have real-world examples that have potentially already occurred. There may be performance-based design that's occurred elsewhere that could fit in these examples, so that people understand and know and are comfortable that, hey, this can work, this has worked. Now we're putting it all together under this new system. There you go.
Thank you. So I think there were a lot of good observations across the groups. I think there were quite a few areas of commonality and a few remaining differences, and I expect that'll be the case throughout a process. I would like to open it up for a few minutes to get thoughts, any more thoughts people might have on, particular items that, I know it's difficult because we can't see all of the 5 summary bits at the same time, but any discussion? I know there's a couple of things in the chat, but I'll start with Jonathan.
Oh, I just wanted to second that notion of sort of examples. I felt like one struggle with this process is that it's so different depending on which discipline or building system you look at, that I had trouble kind of extrapolating what a performance level looked like for energy, for fire, for, sustainability, that it was almost a little too abstract, that I felt like, philosophically, the pyramid is the pyramid, but I think the pathways that are available and how you do that and what the prescriptive code does for that particular discipline is very different as you kind of jump between the systems. And I think that would be helpful if you're looking at that education process, because I think there's only a handful of people that are really familiar with all the disciplines that can really holistically understand how it impacts fire, structure, energy, and things like that. But it'd be really helpful to have what design objectives look like or performance objectives look like within each of those disciplines. And here's what, one could think about these things. And I think that case study or that concept would be really helpful if you're trying to get jurisdictions and building officials and everyone else who's not used to seeing this kind of just on board with just the idea that instead of having 100 different prescriptive procedures, we're going to have this statement that you do an analysis to prove this statement's right, or, that satisfies the statement. I think that would be extremely helpful to sort of, because every discipline is mature at different rates. And I think they have different ideas of how quantitative they can get and what they can even model. And so in my mind, I think that's an important step to really getting buy-in from the people who aren't super amped up on the topic in this particular, meeting, and trying to grow this bubble to be bigger and bigger. That's going to be critical.
Okay, thanks for that. There are a lot of examples out there in the different disciplines, and I think compiling some of those would be good. I think part of the challenge, and a few people have mentioned it, is everybody works in a silo, or most people work in silos. So, the structure will do their thing, energy their thing, fire their thing, and we haven't really learned and understood how, the different approaches work. And I think being able to lay out some of the need for clarity and objectives and quantifying the objectives is important. I know we've had some discussion on the pyramid too, and there's nothing sacred about the pyramid. Just an observation that, so far of the, more than a dozen countries that have performance building regulations in place, most of them use that fundamental structure because it seems to help them relate their system, but maybe it doesn't work so well for our system because we are still pretty heavily invested in the prescriptive. So rethinking some of those images for communication and education, I think are helpful as well. Any other observations people want to make? I mean, there's a couple more things I want to do. I pulled together a little bit of a poll that I want to run just to see what people think. Then I want to share some thoughts on a possible outline going forward, but I want to see if there's any other comments at this point before I move on to that.
Hi, Brian, this is Dan Coburn.
Yep.
One thing that came up was this issue of comparing the two documents, the performance code with the prescriptive code. But there is the thought, and I kind of agree that they really two independent. They should really be two independent documents rather than be comparing, because what you don't really want is to work on a system that put you back into a somewhat of a prescriptive mode. So that's one. So the documents should really be two separate entities that they can stand on their own, because authorities will always have the option of going to a prescriptive approach or go to a performance approach. And I bring this up because there was discussion earlier regarding alternatives and so forth. So it's just my point.
Thanks, Dan. Yeah, and I think there are probably we won't resolve that issue today, but again, a lot of countries look at the difference, for example, in being that the performance or functional or objective code lays out what you're hoping to get out of buildings. And there's typically a prescriptive deemed to satisfy approach, knowing that there's a lot of other approaches. And we kind of flip that around a little bit with our alternative methods and materials. But I think there is definitely benefit of having the performance expectations clearly identified through a document like the performance code, which is hard to sometimes extract from the other I codes. I think the other issue is, in a performance code, and maybe it was Dave who talked about this earlier, you can have aspirational targets that you can apply more readily, whereas in the prescriptive, it's often minimum standards. So there are reasons to do them differently. I did notice a question in the chat. There's a lot of questions, so I probably missed some, but John Sue asked, are other countries more top-down than the US? It's been mentioned a couple of times that ours is decentralized. So there's a wide variety out there. England is top-down. It's run by government. New Zealand is top-down. The Ministry of Building Infrastructure and Employment runs the building code, writes the building code, promulgates the building code. Japan, Singapore. So there's a range in Europe and in Asia. There are a few federations like ourselves, Australia, Canada, and Germany, and some of the same challenges, which I think is why Canada went objective based codes pretty well linked to the prescriptive requirements. So there's quite a few models, but they're really based on the legal structure. Mark Mannix, I see you have your hand up.
Yeah, quick comment. I saw on some of the objectives that were come up with some efforts to perhaps go back into the existing IBC, IFC and state what the intent of those sections were to better align a user of the ICC PC to know whether they're getting to the right answer. And I just wanted to caution everybody, if you've been involved in codes for a long time, you'll find that sometimes there is no rational reason why something reads the way it does, unfortunately. And you can quickly go into a quagmire. As a quick example, let's say the code says you need a 2-hour wall in a certain location. It's one thing to say, what's the overarching goal of that? Well, you can easily say, well, to keep a fire on one side of the wall from really involving the fuel on the other. Okay, but we already know that, so there's not much point in stating that. On the other hand, if you say the alternate question, why is it 2 hour? Why isn't it 1 hour in the code? Why isn't it 3 hour in the code? Now you're in a quagmire, because you could imagine how many things you try to reinvent in the existing code, try to figure out where it came from. So I just wanted to throw that out there, that I think we have to be very careful about that.
Thank you very much. Okay, I think what I'll do is maybe ask Judy to see if we can launch the poll that we collected to just try to get some, fundamental, outcome-based responses from everyone, and they're yes or no questions. So if you don't agree, say no. If you do agree, say yes. And there's other framings and other questions that could be asked, but these are a few things that we thought of ahead of time to put the poll together. So hopefully we can give everybody a few seconds to do the poll, and then we should be able to show the results.
All right, launching now. Do people see it?
Yep.
Okay, great.
So I'm seeing a result screen, but not necessarily a question screen.
Yeah, I'm seeing that too. So
Agreed.
Yeah, that's what I see also. So I'm not sure, but some people are.
I think it's a matter of if
I'm
folks
seeing
are
questions.
the presenter or host, they
Oh.
cannot vote on the poll.
Oh,
Yeah, that's
okay.
correct. Yep, that's the way it works. Yeah.
Okay, so I will make, I'm taking away everybody's co-host privileges for the moment, except Brian.
Yep, my opinion doesn't matter.
I have a quick question on the third question is something about starting the ICCPC as its own document is appropriate. I don't quite understand what that means. Somebody elaborate a little on that?
From my perspective, I can say that each one of the I codes is an independent document that has a scope and a content of information that it provides for that subject area. I think the ICCPC is more of an overarching one that includes virtually every one of them, but not necessarily as a entire package, but as an opportunity as to how to solve those problems. So it goes back to that triangle.
Yeah, and maybe specifically to the question 3, it's trying to get at, maybe we can't agree today, exactly the application, but the question is, if we start it as an independent document, can we do that and make the decision as we go along?
If we say no, does it mean we bail on the idea, or does it mean that we disagree with it being its own document rather than its titled document of the ICC codes?
But I think I very much have an argument with the conclusion at the end of that, as the current ICCPC ICCPC is its own document. What do you mean by that?
Well, so the ICCPC, was developed independently as a standalone document that, in the I code family. It's an I code. And so it was developed independent of trying to simultaneously, develop intent statements for each of the existing other I codes. So the question was tried to be framed as the ICC Performance Code in the late 90s was developed as its own document, and it's available for adoption. Some jurisdictions have used it as administratively. It's being considered as alternative methods and materials. Is it okay to start a document development process as an all-encompassing performance code? And if it needs to adjust later, is that okay? It's not going to change the direction. I don't think it'll change the outcome. I don't think it's an abandonment of the going forward. If you disagree, it's just trying to get a sense of, is it okay to get started, or is it going to take 3 years to figure out what we want to do?
Either way.
Right. So I hope that clarified a bit and didn't muddle it, but in any case. A few people who can respond who haven't responded, maybe. I'll wait a few more minutes and see if we get a few more, but I mean, this is just, helpful going forward to get a sense of where we're at, knowing that we have, some strong opinions in each direction. So we'll give it maybe 30 more seconds and
I have the option of ending the poll, and then maybe it gives us a pretty result screen. I'm not sure.
I hope so. I hope
Yeah,
we
you would
capture it anyway.
end it, Judy, and then share the results.
Okay. Thank you. All right, are you ready to end? Unless somebody like screams that they need another 2 seconds, I'm going to end this. Okay, ending poll. Sharing results. Okay, so I guess you can all see this screen now that says untitled poll.
Yep.
Okay.
So basically, everybody who responded agrees the project should go forward. The material and the research effort is mostly helpful, significantly helpful, but a few people disagree. Understanding that there's some differences on how it should be framed. Seems like more than a, I don't know, 3/4 majority. Think we ought to get going and we can sort out the details as we go. There needs to be some relationship that's clear between the performance code and the other I codes. Education is important for most people, and qualifications are important. So I think that's good. I think, there's always variability in how questions are formed and how they're answered, but that tracks with the initial survey we did, as well as I think what we got out of roundtable discussions. So I think this group, which has some different folks in it, has us in that same position. So hopefully Judy will be able to save that. I guess it'll be saved as part of the Zoom. So I think what we'll do now then is I want to share a few more thoughts going forward, about next steps. And one of the things I've done is to develop a little bit of an outline of what a performance code could look like, drawing obviously from the current prescriptive code, but also some of the discussion that we've had, in the different groups to date. So just to let you know, what's going forward, the slides from all the breakout groups will be included in the report that I'll be writing up to ICC, as well as my summary table and bullet point summaries. And I know there was some concern that it may not reflect consensus, but again, I don't think we were looking for consensus. We're just trying to understand what the main items are. I may do one more survey, similar to those questions that we just asked, and asking people outside of this group to kind of look at some of the documents that have been developed and provide some feedback. I may not wait for that to be done because it could be a pretty involved survey and the responses rate might be a little bit lower, but we'll see. And so I'm hoping to move forward with this, my report to ICC in March. So I put some thoughts together just in terms of what might be, maybe major headings. And again, we have an ICC performance code, and we've talked about some other issues. So the first couple of points: structure, scope, administration, enforcement, pretty standard definitions, I think very necessary. Use groups. And then here, instead of what used to be chapter 3, which was really performance levels, starting to explore or adopt in the risk levels, but look at that for different events, explore a bit the operational performance, and explore the functional recovery. And I know there's not 100% consensus on those points, but if a decision is made to go in that direction, I think those would be issues that would be kind of upfront. Then, very similar to the current performance code, there's different chapters on use, circulation, safety of users, health and well-being, and so forth. I've worked in a few other terms that we might want to consider, like healthy and sustainable water use. So it's not only the interior requirements for hot water and the right temperatures to kill bacteria and be also not to scald people, but to have sustainable water systems as part of building design. And the same type of thing for safe and sustainable energy use. And for all of these sections, it's thinking about, either the current performance code or the pyramid, having objectives, functional statement, performance requirements, and of course, the issue of quantified criteria and linked verification methods. Some areas will have it and some won't, but my thought is that they would fit best with the topic areas. Maybe more controversial, and we'll see where it goes, but material properties as its own chapter, and also including sustainability. So you can get into issues there of the embodied carbon if we want to, as well as structural and fire performance. And pulling, egress out of circulation and making safety in case of fire. And, this is trying to be more encompassing. And if we're going to, use methods that we currently use, like available safe egress as compared to required safe egress, why not combine the fire issues into a common chapter? Management of fire hazards would be more fire code type concepts, getting into hazardous material and so forth. Moisture resilience, thinking about potentially some of the flooding issues, but mostly thinking about, rainwater penetration, and then structural design, and maybe adding something new on life cycle requirements. I know this is all kind of new and thrown out there, but I just wanted to kind of present that as some initial thoughts and see if anybody saw anything that particularly they're alarmed about or concerned about, or if you don't have a chance to think about it before you comment, that's fine too. But I wanted to be able to come out of this and go into any report to ICC thinking about, we have a pyramid, we have a few other things. Could we put any type of an outline together in terms of, giving any code development committee something to start with if it goes forward? Jonathan.
Yeah, no, that's a very long, exhaustive list. I think it'd be interesting to see as like a starting point, just picking off of that list, how much of it is already in the prescriptive codes. Because I think some of it was sort of just, here's what we've already been doing, but then there's definitely some newer topics that are not necessarily covered within the current set of prescriptive codes. So I think it might be just helpful to sort of start that process of organizing them, and saying how many of these already have a prescriptive path, and then how many of them is there no prescriptive path even developed. Like functional recovery is sort of a in-betweener that we like the idea, we love the performance goals, but there's not really a pathway there. And I think having sort of just that high level knowledge of this particular chapter already has, IBC chapters, whatever, cover prescriptive approaches, and then here's the non-prescriptive, just to kind of take that list to kind of a little table and kind of give a very high level overview of kind of the maturity of that. Is there performance-based documents already really well written? Is the performance statements already kind of baked into commentaries of ASC 7? Or is this basically a brand new topic that is really making its way in there? Would be a nice addition to your list.
Okay, thank you. So, a good mapping exercise of, where we're starting fresh, where we have some ideas, and where it's pretty mature. Great. Anybody else have any observations? Is there any violent disagreement that, shouldn't be going forward with something like this at this point?
Well, I'll just say this, Brian. I guess I'm a little disappointed. I wish you had shown that at the beginning rather than the end. I feel a little sidestepped, if you will, having gone through this for 10 hours or so, and you have a prepared outline for it, when I at some level thought that was part of the input that we were supposed to be giving.
Yeah, and to that point, I did have the outcomes from the discussion sessions in advance. So really, that framing just came in, over the last day, which is why I said it's new. And, I'm just throwing it up there because I wanted to get all the inputs from all the breakout groups to see, what the sense was. And that's also why the different sections and topics were laid out. So it's looking at, what issues were important and how should we cover it. So it wasn't meant to be an end around. It was something that was really only put together yesterday based on the outcomes and my interpretation of them from the breakout groups. And that's why I'm also asking, what's in there that, is causing concern, if it's causing concern. John Sue?
Yeah, sorry. I just off the top of my head, it's hard to tell, obviously, to judge because it depends what's in them. But it seems a little odd that the functional recovery and the other one,
Operational.
yeah, operational stuff was kind of upfront, and then you have all these other things afterwards. It seems to me that those are almost, particularly functional recovery, is you do all these other things, and then functional recovery comes after that, just from a organizational standpoint. And same thing with the operational piece.
Yep. And again, like I said, when I put this together yesterday, it was just putting it up there where chapter 3 before had performance levels to parallel that structure, and there hadn't been any more thought put into it, but good point on both operational and functional recovery. Would, maybe to Don's point, would this group be willing to have a review and period and comment on the outline over the next couple of weeks? And I don't know that we can pull off another working group session, but from the idea of, taking the combined, spreadsheet I pulled together with the reports back from everyone, the PDFs of the outcomes, trying to frame up an outline and maybe circulate that for feedback amongst the group.
I'd be happy to take a look at it if you find a little bit of time.
Yeah, well, I think we have the time. It's more I'm trying to be conscious of everybody's time. So what I'll do is I'll pull that together and I'll distribute it. And of course, if folks don't have the time, you don't have to reply, but I would appreciate all the input that everybody can provide back in. I see a few people that are really busy with things coming on in the next few weeks. And I appreciate that. At some point, I will have to do the report back to ICC. So at best it would be, I can say these are initial thoughts and understanding that not everybody would have time. I saw another comment in the chat that I did this kind of quickly, so I'm just putting it up again. And, to John Sue's point, these items 5 and 6, if they stay in, might be something that would come later. The first 4 are essentially, what's in the ICCPC now. And it seemed there was a lot of support for that. And as we reported back, it was kind of mixed on the other 2, but neither to the point of saying completely eliminate it, which is why it was in, even if not in the right point. All of these components, other than me adding in the sustainability component, because that was something that came through in earlier surveys and discussion, and we didn't discuss sustainability as a particular item here, although some of the groups did report back with some sustainability issues as part of the operational performance. So it's not like we didn't, discuss it. And obviously there's not a lot of detail here. I'll try to put a little bit more meat on what I would see in each of these. But I think conceptually, looking at the current performance code for some of these, like access and circulation and safety of users, the starting point, would be effectively what's in the current performance code in terms of the objectives, functional statements, and performance requirements. So that was kind of agreed previously. That was part of the topic 1 discussion on the structure of the need to have those components in the performance code. And these issues are really, again, all except the word sustainability as part of the current performance code and are, embodied in different provisions within the IBC and other codes. material properties, safety in case of fire, management of fire hazards, the structural design. Life cycle might be new, but that again is tied to a bit the operational performance and the functional recovery. So it's not like it's introducing a concept that hasn't been discussed. So I can't really, see all the questions when I'm sharing the screen. So I'll pop back to this view to see if there are any more comments or points. I did see something go by that it's not too much reimagining from some folks, but yep, appreciate that, there are quite a spectrum of views, so that could be an issue. David?
Well, to be fair, I was in that small minority of disagree on some of those questions in the poll. So that's, as long as it's a fair process, I've been in the minority plenty of times before. But my question to you, Brian, is what exactly is the process now? You make some recommendation to ICC and then they decide? I mean, I'm thinking about the first poll question. Should we go forward with a new code development process? Is that, you make a recommendation to ICC about that, or what happens next?
Yeah, I mean, this is all a research project, kind of gathering information and knowledge of where we're at, what has happened in other countries a little bit, where do we think we in the US want to go? And, it'll be a recommendation to ICC how to go forward, or what I think, based on what I'm hearing, to go forward. And so I would expect to recommend that, based on the survey, the discussion groups and the workshop, there's a lot of support for a reimagining the ICC performance code effort. I would recommend that, a committee be pulled together to look at that. I think, that needs to have input from different areas that have expertise, like structural, fire, not undifferent to how we would do other code activity, and taking the benefit of, here are some key concepts and here are, steps that could be taken that the committee could look at if the process goes forward.
Yeah, I agree. That's what the survey seemed to suggest, but was it 17 or 19 chapter outline? Seems like it's a bit detailed for a starting point. But I'll defer to you on process.
Yeah, and it could be that, and this is why I'll circulate the outline. If it's too much, and just kind of give the committee the benefit of the knowledge learned, that may be a good enough starting point. Because I think whatever committee is formed, if one is formed, we'll have to make that decision. So I think we're kind of coming up to the end. What I'd like to do at this point, I guess, is if Mike Pfeiffer is still with us, if Mike helped kick off the workshop. If Mike, don't want to put you too much on the spot, but if you're here, do you have any additional comments?
I am indeed, Brian. I got to tell you, I was very impressed with the first workshop, very impressed with this workshop. It's pretty clear that there's a diverse set of opinions on how to skin this cat. I think the issue of consensus is going to be a challenge, but it sure sounds like there's clearly a movement that this is a good idea. But at the same time, based upon what I'm hearing in both the work groups, in the reports, getting everybody aligned is going to be a heavy lift. There's a lot of diverse opinions on this, and the last couple of charts that you put up, all those items. I looked at some of those and I thought, okay, there's another year, there's another half a year. So that I think it's going to be. I mean, it's going to need some looking into to find out, what's going to be doable in a reasonable time frame, given I think there's clearly a demonstrated desire to do this. But then the question is, we don't want to spend 10 years. So I think that's really where it's at. But I'm very much impressed with the way you and Judy have organized this. These Zoom rooms are awesome. Everybody was able to freely say what's on their mind. And, you know, as you said, I mean, this is all about data collection. This is all about information. And I think, so right now it's achieving the objective, which is, you know, what's on everybody's minds. And I think that's very important for steps going forward.
Great. Thank you very much, Mike. Judy, any comments from you?
Just a huge thank you to everyone who has participated and spent a lot of time both in the workshops or the roundtables and then this workshop and the breakout groups. I mean, this is a lot to ask of all of you, and we really appreciate having your input, because you know, nothing's going to get done unless there's a demand. And so we're looking at ICC, we're looking forward to kind of getting Brian's readout, and then it will go from there. But again, thank you for everyone's time and dedication to sharing the information that you did. And thanks to Brian for pulling this all together, and to my colleagues who I drafted into service to help with the working groups. So many thanks all around.
Yeah, and I would really like to thank everybody who's participated. Some have been involved from answering the first survey and providing feedback to roundtables to here. That's a lot of time. I think, you know, I respect all the inputs. I really appreciate all the inputs, and I fully expect, you know, there will be an activity forward. And I think, you know, the basis of this research effort was to see kind of, you know, where we're at. Is there enough interest to go forward, and what do we need to tackle? And, you know, I think we addressed a lot of those issues, and I think we've ticked those boxes, and you know, Mike has mentioned that, and Judy as well. So I'll circulate around the outline, and, you know, if that's too much detail, that's fine. And, you know, I'll give a couple of weeks. I know people will be tied up with other activities, but I'll take any input I can get, as I have been asking all through the process. So thank you also to Judy and ICC staff for making the time to help moderate these breakout sessions, set everything up. Judy's done a lot of work helping with the website and all the rest. So really appreciate that in the aims to be transparent and keep everybody up to date on what we're doing. So with that, if anybody else has any comment, otherwise I'd like to thank everyone, and we'll call this session to a close. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Brian.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ryan.
Thank you.
I'm still here. I'll just say goodbye and thank you so much for what I thought was a really well done workshop, very organized. It had to be quite a challenge to do.
Yeah, it was a bit to pull together, but a lot of help from Judy, you, and others. So really appreciate your effort.
Well, I don't know if Mark's still there, but he was great. He did a fabulous job in, you know, leading the discussion and reporting out. So thank you, Mark, if you're still there, and I'll sign off now.
Thank you, Susan. Thanks for
Sure thing.
reaching out at the front end, and for stepping up to kind of make sure that the structural opinions were recognized and heard as needed to be. So I appreciate that.
they were in full force, and they're a think tank to be reckoned with. So thanks
And
for
if they
including
were
them.
on the same page, it would have made it better, but
I know. But you know what? Their voice was heard, and Dave Collins stayed with us until the end. So I was very happy about that. And anything I can do to help with the future of this, I'm looking forward to seeing where it's all headed. All right. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Susan.
thank you. All right.
Bye-bye.
So
So,
Judy,
I was able, yeah, good job. I was able to send you to download the survey or the poll responses, and I emailed those to you in an Excel.
okay, great. So I think the next thing is I'll try to maybe circulate that Word document with the outline.